Mobile Legends craze has swept the Philippines by storm. But out of this nation of gamers, a courageous few have dared to rise above the rest. Enter the first ever Mobile Legends professional scene, where gamers become pros and the daring becomes legendary.
Smash them!
This is the story of MPL. The first season of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines was the true start of the Mobile Legends competitive scene in the country. With the help of MET Events, the most established eSports events organizer in the Philippines, the MPL scored the country to find teams willing to compete for the unprecedented prize pool of over 2.5 billion pesos. Digital Devils, OBS Gaming, and Aether Main headlined the inaugural MPL PH season. Top players such as Rebo, Yakub, Zapnu, Pakbet, and Jeff Cutie Forever also made a showing in the tournament. Popular community figure Akosidogi also made an appearance, not just as a shoutcaster and a pro scene pundit, but also through the team he helped groom himself. It would be Aether Main that would ultimately claim the grand prize on July 1 at the grand finals at the SM Mall of Asia Music Hall after a dominant 3-0 sweep over Digital Devils Pro Gaming. The team not only took home more than 1.6 million pesos, but also the title of the first ever MPL National Champions. The explosive grand finals was the mark of something new, a new eSports scene. The second season of the MPL started with the news that Bren Esports, the current kings of mobile esports, had acquired Aether Main's roster. This newly branded super team would then go on to become the champions of Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup, the MSC, in 2018. Signal, the television channel, acquired the Digital Devils Pro Gaming roster. Filipino Dota 2 powerhouse Execration took under their banner OBS Gaming's roster. Even Aether, with their players sold to Bren Esports, attempted to rebuild their roster. The second season of the MPL would find Signal Ultra dethroning Bren Esports, creating the first true rivalry of the league. As Season 3 of the MPL launches with a fresh new theme for the summer, the professional players in the league would heat things up in their organizations. Execration's Jeff Cutie Forever left his longtime teammate Zapnu to join Archangel. As for the actual grand finals, Bren Esports, battered but somehow alive from the lower brackets, would meet Archangel in the grand finals.
So para sa mga sumusuporta sa Archangel dyan, mag-ingay!
At para naman sa sumusuporta sa Bren, mag-ingay!
Focusing on to pain, will this be the final divide?
Oh my G, Rebo at natira dito kumakagat.
There we go!
Siya, si Kapitan ang natira.
A new champion awaits. Archangel are the new MPL champions. But the reign of the High Flyers were rather short-lived as the MPL PH Season 4 saw fiercer competition. Geek Fam and Onyx PH, the two teams from the main qualifiers, came in with guns blazing. They replaced the playoff spots usually filled by the champions Signal Ultra and Archangel. Though Geek Fam settled for a respectable 5th to 6th place, their co-rookie almost had a flawless debut. Onyx PH was one game away from hoisting the MPL PH trophy, if not for the iconic a rival play from Sunsparks that snatched the thrilling grand finals off their hands.
Team Audit PH!
Tumayo dito sila Blesa. Ay, mayroon lang pala.
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions!
Ay, Blesa! We have a game on!
Iyanto! Nako! He's going for the phantom step!
Let's go for the best! Binibigyan lang niya! That's it! You're champion!
Although both of them were still bestowed with the honor of representing the Philippines in the first ever M1 World Championship, their rivalry is only bound to intensify. After 4 exciting seasons of the MPL, the league has still yet to have its first 2-time winner. Those who used to be on top are now gone, and with the chaotic roster shuffle that transpired in between seasons, those who were once friends are now foes. These are signs that the league, after 4 seasons, is still filled with close games, miraculous upsets, and life-changing plays. Now, with the 5th season of the MPL upon us, who knows who will rise from the rest this time and claim the crown? Regardless of what happens, one thing is certain, that the Mobile Legends scene in the Philippines is alive, and there's no better time than now to start watching it.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Here we are, back in action for the Mobile Legends Professional League Philippines Season 5. Very interesting matches to see as we resume our we resume our regular season online right now. With me, your panel host, Wolf, is Osiris and Leo. Before Osiris, I actually want to ask Leo, hey man, how you doing? It seems like you can...
I'm good.
You can move now. Yeah, you've deactivated the Winter Truncheon. It seems like.
Yep, I got you. It's off of cooldown. I got some life back, some mana as well, and I'm ready to rock. It's day 2. Let's go.
All right, Osiris, welcome back to the panel. I think we kind of missed you yesterday, but for now, I know that it's going to be a very long day with top-rated matches, to say the least. It's going to be SGD Dragons versus Geek Fam for today. But of course, you're still watching MPL Season 5 brought to us by Smart. As together with PLET Smart Foundation and in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting DONATE to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd until July 16th. 2020. All right, so that's donate to 3456. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by Realme, our sponsor, and of course our official headset partner Logitech G, and this is all organized by Moonton. All right, guys, order of business. Osiris, I want to ask how you doing? Oh, wait. I'm hearing something. All right, I heard that somebody from the Filipino stream will help us, or at least help the viewers know how we are going through our casting. I think that we have a video, so watch this. Sorry, have you done the same? Are you doing the same right now?
Yeah, I need to transform, and that's what I did. But of course, it didn't really got that exact tone because from space to Earth, we transform here. The battle is on, and it's really looking hot and really good since yesterday. I was watching, and it was good fights all the way.
Yeah, Leo, how did you prepare for specifically for this cast?
I'll be honest, man. I caught up on my sleep. Yesterday's series were fast and they were a blitz, to be honest, 2-0s, but they were emotionally taxing, especially with how Execration in our last series tried their best with the Leomord, Panzer build. But today, I took a shower, brushed my teeth, brewed myself a cup of coffee, suited up, ready to go, and I just want to know what our teams are going to be bringing, since this is going to be a new look. I mean, it's a new battlefield, a landscape for MPL Season 5 here in the Philippines.
Definitely a new landscape as we resume the regular season from where we picked up from last time. And actually, the standings from before, well, this is quite updated as Brand Esports is still on top. After, so this was the previous before the break. The previous course from before the break, if I'm not mistaken. No, it wasn't. Or it's not. So it's updated.
Nope. It's shifted.
Standing.
Yep.
Yeah. So Brenny Sports with a 2-0 yesterday. Now they're still on top. Now it's
undefeated.
ULVL. Yeah, the undefeated ones. We are going to be showcasing SGD Omega with a 2-2 win-loss record. So it's a 50% win rate actually. Totally, it's 5-5 in terms of their scores. Now for their opponents, Geek Fam, it's a little bit harder. 1-3 with only 2 wins to their name, 6 losses. A very bad start for Geek Fam, but we do hope that they can show up today and maybe just to rack up those points up, right? So at least get into the scoreboard much better as what they're usually see from them. Now, I think we have to kind of discuss both of these teams. And I want to start with SGD Dragons, or the Dragons, SGD Omega. How do you feel about their performance? Because I think that from weeks 1 to 3, we were kind of expecting them to perform better because in the off season they were so good. But what happened, Osiris and Leo? Why did SGD lose so much games? 5 games in total in the previous weeks.
Yeah, it feels like they're being shaky, or there are times that teams, if ever that they kept on winning, it kind of catches up on you. So you gotta get that feeling of being complacent or relaxed. The drive may be getting lesser, or maybe there's a stress, of course, inside the team. We don't really know, but of course, they are being affected by it. I mean, 5 losses is really big right now. It's not just all about games. It's not all about you letting those chances, because we are already at the moving into the finals or the playoffs itself. So they need to pick themselves up, and they are up against Geek Fam, who's really hungry to win right now, and that's the moment to shine for both of the teams.
Yeah, how about you, Leo? What do you think about SGD's performance, and why we see them even up in their scoreboard instead of going onto the positive side of things?
I don't know. It's one thing for Osiris to focus on, yes, possibly the personal or the internal issues of SGD Omega, and another thing I think might be an issue is Carl Tizzy. It's possible, right? They might actually now be missing Carl Tizzy. As solid as this lineup is, with Hajizi in the center of it all and Toshi, I think maybe they're missing their golden boy. But with that being said, it could also be an external factor. It could be that SGD Omega's fundamentalist approach could maybe be shaken by some of these teams that's actually, more willing to pick up weird heroes like Nana and Angela. So with that being said, SGD, they still have half of the season, give or take, more or less, before the playoffs to solidify their slot in the top 8. So I'm hopeful.
And in all honesty, they're in a much better spot compared to this squad. Geek Fam PH with May, CKTD, Wynette, Exhort, Curtizi, and Gio. This team also lost one of their core members. That was Escanor from MPL Season 4. Now, MPL Season 5, Geek Fam PH will have to do with CKTD returning team Exhort as well. They aren't also showing signs of a good performance in the start. I would say their only win was not the most convincing one, but we'll see, as now they are going to be facing up against a very strong team, but a team that's also been struggling in the recent weeks. Now, the question is, what's going on with Geek Fam PH? Where are they falling short? Do you have any idea, Osiris and Leo?
Yeah, as for me, I think all of their drafts got those ideas. But remember, a good draft is just a good draft. It's not entirely a winning aspect. Of course, it's a factor. But then on how you execute, on how you get those winning conditions, I think they're having a problem on closing the games. As much as the teams we're looking into right now, everyone is really aggressive. I mean, if you're going to check the early games, they know how to snowball. They know how to run the dead ball strats. We're seeing 1-3-1s, and those early games really affect Geek Fam, which is kind of having a bit of a miscommunication or disconnection in between of those important team fights, and they're having those mistakes, and then everyone capitalize on it. So the draft is really good. You got the idea, but then execution, they need to work on that even more.
I agree, Osiris. They make mistakes, and it's mostly forgivable. But I think the more poignant aspect you mentioned would be their miscommunication. We've seen it in the early part of the season, especially against ULVL. Like there seems to be some storied rivalry between Escanor leaving, because we've seen them go have some sour moments and you know, do songs against ULVL. So I think going into this matchup against SGD, they got to go back into the drawing board and maybe take it easy on the crazy draft. So again, just there's a lot that they have to figure out here, that they have to fix, because as we mentioned, they are just straight out of the top 8. It's going to be hard for them to climb back into the playoffs lock-in spot. This team, they're worrying me. I really like how Geek Fam was, at least the way we looked at them before the season, but right now, right here, a little shaky.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's more about the team is very, I would say, charismatic in a way, because Geek Fam PH also amassed their own army of fans, and they also gathered support from the viewers or the supporters of MPL Season 5. It's just that very surprisingly, they aren't performing as to what's advertised, or maybe it's because they haven't found their break. Now, the thing is, we went through a very long break before the resumption of MPL Season 5. Maybe there's something that Geek Fam found out during that off season per se, or the break of the season, and maybe they can give us a very good games, very strategic matches, hopefully. But that also applies to SGD Dragons. This Dragon squad, we know them as one of the able-minded teams. I don't know if you agree with me, but they have one of the best coaches out there, if not the best, in terms of like what he has already improved. Like Coach Dale from SGD Omega already able to put a team to a caliber in a way that it gets international recognition, even a gold medal, right? But yeah, Osiris and Leo wanna touch upon the importance of Coach Dale for SGD Omega, and how do you feel is his importance in this team, the degree of importance in this team?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have much of those cameras into the back end of SGD, but the way of the results, even on different leagues, even one of those highest competitive leagues that we're seeing as SGD participates, Coach Dale, I mean, the best call the shots. So it means that he's one of the best right now, one of the best coach in Philippines, and having those talented lineups, he was able to put them online. He was able to activate the powers of those players. And the draft, he's really playful about it. It's not just a one-sided, let's go into this meta. They're not being reactive. They are really adapting on their strengths and weaknesses.
Yep. This man, Steven Deldalus VTUG. I believe that Coach Dale here is the backbone of SGD Omega. Sorry, SGD Dragons. I believe if even if you take out again their golden boy Carl Tizzy, they're still capable. So I think one of his best strengths, I believe, this draft. It's very sound. It's very fundamentalist, but. Sure, to some degree you can say it's not one-sided. I'll agree with you on that, Osiris. But also it's not out of this world. I'd like to see something crazy from SGD Dragons. That might be what they need here to clutch the 2-0 against Geek Fam.
And also, apart from all the action that we are seeing online through the MPL Season 5, we also have our e-party going on. Our 515 e-party is in full swing, and the official music video for the 515 e-party is up. Make sure to join in on the fun and check it out. Now, I think that we are nearing the draft for this team, which kind of helps us transition into talking about the meta. You know what, Leo, you have been watching a lot of Mobile Legends games, not only with MPL in the past days, or past weeks even. Any crash course for our viewers on what we can expect in the picks and bans?
Alright, well, SGD Omega, they're on the right track here. Kaja, gotta be something to watch out for. I think something else to mention here would be Granger slowly falling off. He is not one of the top 2 or even 3 marksmen you want to go into. There's that, and of course, the rise of Cecilion as a support, and just the lingering presence of healers like Estes and Rafaela. Something to watch out for. So those are some things that maybe we can expect here in this Game 1.
Right. Osiris, I want to ask what I want to ask now is, what have you seen so far as you were able to watch other games apart from the MPL Season 5 yesterday, and of course some of the online tournaments? And I heard you're also playing a lot recently. What do you expect from this draft?
Yeah, I mean, apart from yesterday, I'm still looking into, that one, the Jawhead and the Atlas. We are talking about the frontliners, because the frontliners are playing really big roles right now. You got the damage, but the one who's controlling the game is the tanks, the supports. They are running all around, wreaking havoc, creating those much needed isolation against the marksman, or they're just the wall that you need to break in before you can reach the backline. So technically, I'm waiting for the Atlas, who's really had got good kit, and also other setups. Even Hylos is really still highly expected here.
Okay, Hylos. But however, SGD Omega, going back to what works from their previous months, I would say months of performances, as Selena is still their go-to hero. And I'm actually surprised that Geek Fam PH let it out, maybe because we don't see Selena as the strongest one in the meta that we have right now, but they still do pick it up. Now they will follow it up with an Esmeralda and a Claude. Throwing out the big guns already. Do you like this order of picks from SGD Omega, Leo?
I can't say that I like it, or I can't say I don't like it, but what I can say is this on the Selena is impressive. It's admirable, I gotta say, because this really shows you that Coach Dale, he has a surgical precision when it comes to drafting, and he said, you know what, we gotta pick up the Selena right now and then build around what they might possibly be used to counter that. And it seems like the way is clear, because they pick up the Esmeralda, they don't care. They know that the opposing team cannot pick up Hylos anymore. That's one of the counters to Esmeralda. And they invest in the Claude already, locking in one of the best marksmen in the game. Again, you'll see that 68% in win rate. Claude is doing work.
Oh my goodness. Well, now in terms of its converse, it's gonna be the Bruno pick from Geek Fam PH. Not the best 53%, but still very impressive. However, this is what I don't like about Geek Fam PH, and I don't know if Osiris will agree with me, but Bruno and Link put together in a team seems kind of greedy to me, and they might fall into this black hole of trying to find the farm and not even finding it because they're two heroes. They're so hungry in terms of farm, and they may not find it. Do you think that is a valid description of what Geek Fam PH has right now, Osiris?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big problem. Remember, Ling is being nerfed on the early game because, as per the patch say, it shows that he's really strong onto the early to mid game and causing a lot of chaos into the late game. So they wanted to slow it down. They got that mid to late game and the early game a bit on slow. Remember, Bruno as well needs to farm up before he can spike into a late game carry. So you are totally investing to a 2 hero who's needed more time, and checking upon Geek Fam, no one's really someone who can just buy time and let them farm, while this Esmeralda and Selena can just roam around, go for the pickoffs and take towers.
Yep.
Oh, Leo, do you think we can expect something like Uranus or Atlas from SGD Omega, because we haven't seen them try to beef up their composition right now as they're closing picks?
Yep. Good call. That's what I was gonna say. Well, I think the SGD squad heard you out there, Wolf, because they are gonna highlight the Uranus here and the Atlas. All right, perfect, because that's what they were missing. They needed the hard front. Way to go, Nostradamus. They were looking for the hard frontliners. They were looking for the supports, and that's what they needed. I think there's a surplus of frontliners and supports of tanks, even of very valid tanks. But what they forced Geek Fam to do was to invest early on in their in interesting cores. And then I think SGD Omega, regardless of what Geek Fam picks up here, already won the draft. I'm gonna be that bold. I think SGD won the draft.
Whoa. And this is very scary. If they are hovering into the Faramis, and they will pick it up. The Mad Lads have done it. Geek Fam PH. Well, there's this factor for Geek Fam PH where for them to win against a team like SGD Omega, they have to turn the tables around. They have to show us something that we don't expect, or at least SGD Omega doesn't expect, right? And it's the Faramis. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that this is a valid way on how they can defeat SGD Omega, but at least Geek Fam PH, they're thinking of something else. Osiris, I want to ask you.
Sure.
You look like you don't like the draft for Geek Fam, but who do you think is gonna win this after that draft?
Yeah, I'll go with SGD. It is a well-rounded comp. I talked about the frontliners. They are making big plays right now. Yesterday, we've seen a no-tank composition. I forgot if it's Execration or ULVL, but then they were punished. And right now, a Faramis isn't enough to really face the lineup of SGD.
Yeah, Leo, we were surprised. We were saying that there's a surplus of tanks, but I think this surplus I can get by. This kind of Uranus Atlas combo with the Esmeralda I can get by. But how about you? Do you think SGD Dragons have? You mentioned this. SGD Dragons have won the draft already with what they have. But if you're saying that they are gonna win it, how are they gonna win it? How do you think are they gonna win it?
They're gonna win it in the early game. They're gonna go take the mid game as soon as Selena hits level 2 and Esmeralda also hits level 2. They're gonna be very capable of taking down the very hungry and greedy lineup on the side of Geek Fam. So with that being said, I think game 1, I think it's spelled out. We're just gonna have to watch it happen.
We'll see. If it is indeed spelled out, it will play out in the game. But now we're going to pass it on to our beautiful casters. I think it's going to be Rockhart and Seiya Aura. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Wolf and the gang. It's Rockhart and Seiya here, bringing you the action for Game 1 SGD Omega versus Geek Fam PH. Now, will this Faramis show us a Faramising appearance? We'll have to wait and see as we go into the game.
That was a very good pun back there, Rockhart. But you know what? Let's head into the game. And looking here at the very early seconds, looks like it's going to be a lineup onto the middle side. And like what our panelists have mentioned earlier, the Geek Fam here tends to shift into a more greedy kind of composition. Meanwhile, SGD rather has this kind of discipline wherein they would just, really go with mentals and like what they said, really frontliners. So it's really amazing that they could. It's a kind of a possibility that they could win this out in the early phases of the game.
Yeah, I think if Geek Fam has a chance in heck to win this, it will be in the early game. But then again, you are looking at a pretty solid composition for SGD. Early game, I doubt they'll go down easy, and they think they're trying to show that right now.
Truly, and just look at the rotation right here. Heath and Why Not just really harassing each other out in the early middle phases. But right now, it seems like Hajizi, you're just really focusing on that scaling and the farming capacities because it's really needed once we arrive at the mid game.
Yeah.
And going back to the rotations right now, they're already on the top side. Okay, Hayes manages to get Why Not, but you know what? He's too tanky to really prioritize on that potential pickoff.
That's true. And you're absolutely right that Hajizi will have his work cut out in this game. A team of almost completely tanks will have to rely on him for damage, which he does not have right now. So if they're trying to go and see if they can take a fight, looks like Curtizi very, very low right now. Will be taken out under the tower for first blood here. SGD will take another one for a quick 2-0.
Beautiful pickoffs right there done by SGD. And if you saw earlier, Kenji was a little HP inch too late into that towers, and luckily he was able to go and back away. And now looking right here, it looks like he's in a pinch on the top side. But I kind of understand the logic behind why he wanted to really go for that guard, simply because you don't really want to give off some towers and space for SGD here. So it's really best to protect your terrain as much as possible.
Yeah, it's actually very well done as well. A great counter engage. I think Geek Fam was not really expecting that they would not be able to pull it off. It looked like they did not get a good read on how many actual members for SGD Omega were on that top side. Right now, mid lane, though, Why Not in the wrong place once more? Hayes picks up another one.
Yes, it's a 3-1 fight earlier back there, and it was really, so far we're seeing such smooth transitions of SGD from moving from one place to another. But then looking back here onto our map, ladies and gents, ultimates through and fro, and looks like Bruno will be taking that pick off from Atlas. But again, going back up to what exchange, will he get another counterattack? I don't think so.
That's right. I think the panel is just showing it was right. It's going to be a big problem for Ling and Bruno in terms of resources, but I wonder if that's going to be the case here, as I think Geek Fam wants to go for very early turtle here. Kenji in a very bad spot, no one to back him up, will be taken down. Why not for the kill?
And this is a good opportunity for Geek Fam to go and get as much as they can. But you know what? He on to, really stand by, just really have that attempt to get the turtle, but there will be no steal. And then, of course, it's a very wise decision to just really go and back away, go back into farming, go back to scales, into your lanes. And so far, in terms of kills and gold, it's too early to tell, but with the early momentum, SGD has it. They just really need to keep the pace and maintain their advantage.
Yeah, I think SGD just doesn't want to die. I think that's the game plan. As long as they're not dying in the early game, as long as that gold lead is not that big, they might think they're winning. We'll have to wait and see though, as Hayes, again, he's not on the usual tanks. He's going hard on Selena. And almost got caught off there. Luckily, we'll be able to get back off, but the kill goes over to Toshi instead.
Beautiful falling star moon by Toshi, and of course the blazing duet will be going into that tower. A successful kill done by the Claude right here, and of course the Majestic going back away is into play. And now Hayes right here just really taking off guard. Faram is trying to blink as much as possible, but no, to know what, they will be focusing more on the towers and escalating to the resources.
Yeah, this is the perks of a free tank composition. No one's going down. It's so hard to take an individual member down. The softest members are what? Selena? The Claude? How do you take them down easy when they're surrounded by so many bouncers, right?
Yes, indeed. And of course, you have to take note that as the game progresses, SGD Omega's overall lineup is getting crunchier as it gets. And looking here, they are attempting to get Kenji with the low brick of health. But if they are going to get caught, beautiful ult by the Atlas right here. But the Faramis will be proccing his ult. Goes back, Selena goes for the kill into a very stealthy mode. Rockhard
Yeah, and Hajizi untouched for the majority of that, picks up another kill. That Faramis not working out as predicted here by Geek Fam PH, being so difficult to actually just catch a break. The ultimate not really doing much. I mean, that's all you can do, and you know what? The damage is not going in at all. What's happening here is that SGD Omega, they're just finding more targets to hit. That's the only thing that the Faramis ultimate is doing.
Yes, definitely. And I would really agree with the panelists earlier that the overall composition of SGD Omega really complements themselves because they are frontliners here. They are getting crunchier as our game progresses. And this is the instant replay. If you notice that was a beautiful lock-in with Atlas with this ult. Faramis tried to compensate it by giving with this all, but unfortunately, it was an inch too late. And this leaves Hajizi just free hitting the other members of Geek Fam. And now going back into the place we have here, that was a beautiful setup done by the Claude and Esmeralda. Falling Star Moon onto that top tower, ladies and gentlemen, looks like Selena's on a roll.
Yeah, I really like that it was a deja vu when we went back from the replay. They were in the exact same location. Look at this, Faramis super helpless, giving Hajizi a triple kill.
Yes, I love it how they have this sort of discipline wherein, despite them being the advantageous phase, they still give space to the Claude. And that is what essential because you never know if ever Geek Fam will still have this, comeback instance. But I don't think that would be the case in this early phases of the round because take note, Rockhart, this is 7 minutes in and we're already down to second tier towers here on the top side. And again, going back deja vu moments because we are getting more clashes here on this area.
Yeah, I think this is the agreed battlefield here for both of these teams. SGD Omega just going non-stop, tower after tower. That goal lead skyrocketing to almost 8,000. And I gotta say, it's looking really grim here for Geek Fam PH.
Yes, in terms of momentum, SGD is really dancing the night away. And now if you look back here, objectives, resources, they're taking them all. They're not really giving Geek Fam any more space, which leads to Geek Fam really forced to just go with the read that they have, which are the upcoming, or incoming rather, the minions.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad though, because I knew the Faramis pick was not good, but I was secretly hoping that it was gonna work. But right now, again, Hajizi, wow! Easy kill here. Oh my gosh, there are no spoils being left behind for Geek Fam PH. No one is getting a break. 13-3 on the kill score.
Yes, indeed. This is a very unfortunate event. Okay, Cooper tries to go in with his ult, but unfortunately he gets thrown back. Okay, you're not going anywhere. Your nurse goes for the kill. And again, SGD just showing and asserting some dominance as they take onto the Nexus side.
Man, this Atlas also just so hard to deal with. Hayes tanking a few tower hits. The inner tower inside the base of Geek Fam PH. Not long for this world. No one can defend. No one can even go near. Right now, it's going to be probably the last fight. If they cannot defend this, they are going down. Bottom lane is going to be the easy target here. Looking really bad for Geek Fam.
Yes, indeed. I mean, unfortunately, the set of the overall draft, especially the Faramis pick, wasn't really enough to compensate for it all. And looking right here, Bruno was able to get one kill, but up to one exchange. Look at that damage to and fro. Claude with a blazing duet just going all in with that tons of damage. Ladies and gents, this is just eating fiesta for Hajizi. And of course, this is all of the things are exposed right now. Minions are coming in, and Claude is just really going for it. And onto the backlines, however, Esmeralda there just goes for kill for himself. And looks like this is the conclusion of our game 1, and very dominating indeed.
And I kind of really didn't like that it happened. I kind of saw it, but I feel so bad because at the end of it, you saw what was happening with the Faramis, right? The Faramis ultimate relies heavily on your members dying, which in the first place should not be the case, but it's a good fallback, right? But in the end, there was no one around you that could utilize the ultimate, and because of that, SGD just played around the map. The funnel on the Claude, so perfect! 10, 0, and 6. All the kills, all the assists the Claude can get, it was right there.
Yes, indeed. Everything was done in a very flawless way. Starting from the early phases of the game, going for scales, going to farms, that their transitions and roams from one area to another, and maintaining that advantage is something you have to commend for SGD. But then again, like what the panelists have said, like what you said, unfortunately that Framis pick wasn't really enough to compensate the overall draft of Geek Fam. But you know what? This is still our first game. Let's see if they could really make that comeback on the second one.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, we don't mean to bully that pick, but it was just the most standout. It really wasn't doing literally not doing anything. You put the ultimate down, you flame shot a few minions, and then what happens? Nothing, right? So I feel like that was the biggest. I think if they turned that pick around, it might have been a different story. So we'll have to find out if they can find a different way to get around SGD. And you know what? SGD, looking through the form here, doesn't feel that different from the old SGD before all the big patches were applied.
Truly, and you know what? Even though that our panelists did mention that SGD goes for the fundamentals, I mean, to me, I think there's nothing wrong with going with the fundamentals. I mean, why fix something that is not broken? But you know what? A bit more in-depth explanation of what happened earlier when we go on to our panelists. Wolf, take it away.
Thank you so much, Saya and the Rock Hard. Amazing cast from the duo. But that was expected, to say the least, or predicted. As Leo, I don't know if this is like superb acting or are you just really stuck in there. Oh, he is. All right, Osiris. Well, I guess here's the question right now. What with what you saw in that game, is this what you expected as a result of that match? And it's very one-sided. Is this what you expected? Well, Leo, are you there? Alright. I think I don't have anyone with me right at this moment. But
I am.
see the highlights of this game.
I'm not going to leave you alone.
Alright, there you go. We have our MVP Haji Z, the 10-06 Claude. So far, very successful in the meta. But Osiris, yeah, this is my question. The way it played out, is that how you expected the game to progress?
Yeah, it was really expected. You got two late gamers. Resources can't really. I mean, we all know how aggressive the teams right now on taking it in quadrants of map, and then once you got the Selena running, you got that Atlas who can just go for a big. I mean, remember, Bruno isn't really the mobile compared to the mobile hero compared to Claude, who got the BMI, who can dodge any skills, and that the chains coming in from that Atlas into the backline, he can really literally reach anyone. And the Selena with that overwhelming power. Those early to mid, you don't wait for the late game. You don't wait for the Bruno. You don't wait for the Ling. You pull the best call the shots once again. You pull the trigger again and again.
Yeah. Leo, Osiris made a lot of big points, and I think that we both agree that Geek Fam really had it coming for them. But is this exactly what you expected that will transpire in the game? Hell, okay. Alright, or okay. Oh, okay. All right. I don't know what is happening right now. I'm not hearing anyone just say. But if you guys can, all right. I just want to say that Geek Fam PH really had it coming. I think that is the actual I would say description of what happened. They drafted the Faramis. They said that Faramis last, and then they allowed SGD Omega to get what they wanted to have. Like they allowed the Selena to come, allowed the Uranus and the Atlas to come through all together, and because of that, Geek Fam PH did not have access to win that match. Now, now I'm gonna test if these guys can hear me. Oh, sorry, if you can hear me sing. Alright. No, they can't. Okay.
Yeah, hello,
This is-
hello. Yeah, it's a bit
There you go.
getting that delay, but yeah, we're good. So yeah,
Alright.
it kind of
Leo,
affects the tank.
Yeah.
So
I
they,
wanna
they
ask-
gotta
sorry,
need to change
Osiris.
that.
Yeah. All right. There you go. At least Osiris is clear. That we are clear that Osiris is here. Leo,
I
how you
can sing.
doing?
I can sing if you want me to sing.
All right. All right. Now I want you to sing the song that can describe what happened in that game from your perspective. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. What was the question?
I want. Yeah. Okay. Any from your perspective during that match? I know that you. I know that we were doubting the draft of Geek Fam PH. From your perspective, watching that match, what happened in there?
I think it was just the lineup doing its work. All right, it was just again, we mentioned how the fundamental approach of SGD might be one of their weaknesses, but against a team like Geek Fam, who's struggling to even find their footing, I think the Selena pick and just the way that their lineup went through, especially those last two tank picks, really could have been any. They could have just put in any frontliner, any support there, as long as they're not too squishy, and then called it a day. But I really think that it was, as y'all mentioned, as I was hopping in and out, but don't worry, I'm back. It was really Geek Fam's, I don't know, bold picks. The way that they so boldly put in the Kufra as the central frontliner, and they just really, I don't know, tossed a coin, really. They were just so risky. It was such a gamble.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's one thing that you can say that you need to be really creative about your draft when you're facing against the top team. It's also one thing to be too reckless about it. Right? It's totally different. Being cheeky and being reckless, that's two different things. And I think it's more about Geek Fam PH being the leaning more on the reckless side. So maybe it's not the best going up against SGD Omega. But look at the draft for game number 2. I think this is the first. This is the same first ban from SGD Omega, but they did ban out the Selena themselves. Osiris and Leo, what does the initial bans for both teams tell us on how this draft will transpire?
I think the initial bans here, the Kaja and then the Grok, these are essentially what's safe, right? But it's the second bans that might be dictating what their strategies are. The Selena here on SGD Omega, they're respecting the way they used it in the game 1, and then they know that Geek Fam is very capable too, so they're gonna take that away. And Geek Fam PH, Natalia, might actually be more of an active ban. This might actually be more of a ban wherein we want to protect our backlines and we don't want to get steamrolled in the early game. So with that being said, I'm guessing Geek Fam, crossed fingers, I'm not sure, but it's written in the wall. They might pick another maybe greedy lineup. That's just what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
How about you, Cyrus? What do you think about the initial bans and picks of the draft?
Yeah, I mean, as what I greatly agree on Leo that they wanted to slow down the power of SGD Omega, but SGD Omega is really capable on running those early heroes with any heroes that can just put a lot of pressure across the map. Remember, Atlas and Uranus isn't banned yet. You have the Jawhead onto the side of SGD Omega. Any of those tanks can really affect the game. You also have the Claude. Yes, Esmeralda has been on the side of Geek Fam. We are not seeing the white hair boy as much as it is, but still, I believe that Harriet is still one of those threats into the mid lane. But right now, you have the Claude and Uranus being hovered.
It's back to the Claude, back to the Uranus for SGD Omega, and it's really scary. Leo, we were doubting the Claude before. Maybe if you look back 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks back, I mean. We don't necessarily, we are saying that maybe Claude is not good pick anymore. Claude has been nerfed as well in the recent patch, and we can expect him to fall off in the meta. But what's happening right now? Why is Claude being the top priority pick by heroes, and how do you think? How strong is the Claude right now in the meta that we have for MPL Season 5?
I think the Claude here is just yes, I agree. That's just facts. That's just on paper that he has been nerfed. His kit slightly adjusted to make him a little less potent in what he does. But what he does is such a unique aspect in making him such a great target for the funnel strategy. He essentially has one of the largest mobility skills in the game for a marksman, and that is just irreplaceable, right? No matter how strong carry is in the late game, no matter how amazing the target acquisition and burst of one Bruno could be with the crits, or even Granger with his range, the mobility of a Claude really just skyrockets to make him such an early threat, especially with what he can do. An almost AoE ult with Blazing Duet that allows him to go in and out. That's just irreplaceable. That's why he's so well used, and that's why he has such a high win rate, 68%. It's really such a tool that is so surgical that when you know how to use it, it will serve you well.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. I like the point that you brought out, having a hero that the kit is just so good that even if you nerf it to the ground, it still works wonders. Like for example, the Grok having immunity for crowd control when he's near the wall. It's just so good, and the wall charge is just so good. Guardian's barrier early is technically unnerfable if you think about it.
Yep.
And yeah, that's really might be the case why Claude is still being picked up by teams right now, even if you kind of adjust the values of his kit. Now, SGD Omega might look to close it Atlas, so it's still Uranus Atlas for SGD Omega, and then they're coupled it up with Angela. Never ever feel that you are not doubling it down in terms of the tankiness, man. SGD Omega, they are looking to hit Geek Fam like a train. But Osiris, what do you think about Geek Fam's draft? And they're considering the closeout on the Granger. Do you like this at all?
Well, you still have carry. At this point, if you're looking for those tanks, you need that shredder. I think carry would be the most powerful pick than the Granger, but then they still looking the entire draft, they want the range, they want the safety net. They have the Kufra, the Valir to peel off against the Granger, but SGD Omega on top of the Angela is really looking strong because this is an in-your-face type of team comp. While onto the other side of Geek Fam, you only have Esmeralda and Cho that can reach the backline, and they're going to start to peel off everyone to avoid anyone to come close into the Granger. But then the damage is really overwhelming onto the side of SGD for me.
Leo, I want to ask your prediction. I think Osiris, even when he did not say that he is on the side of SGD Omega at this point, I think what he said was just tilted towards SGD Omega taking this game.
Yes.
And Leo, do you feel the same, or do you think Geek Fam PH has got something else in this specific game?
Nope. I think as early as now, I'm going to be bold here and say we're going to see a 2-0. Everything that Geek Fam is bringing to the table or looking to counter with on the lineup of SGD Omega it's hopeful at best. So with that being said, I think we're going to see another maybe closer than game 1 because of the Faramis pick, which is so shaky, so questionable. But yeah, I'm definitely giving this one to SGD.
It's a unanimous decision, to say the least, here from the panel, because I also think that SGD Omega having sort of a similar lineup and of course looking like a train that will hit hard against Geek Fam PH, they might win this and take the 2-0 for the first match of the day. But let's see, maybe our casters think about something else, and maybe let's see if Geek Fam can take it and surprise everyone with their draft. Now we're gonna pass it on to our casters. It's Seiya and Rockhart once again.
Thank you so much, Wolf and the gang here. Seiya and Rockhard back at it for game 2 here. Geek Fam PH versus SGD Omega. So, Geek Fam PH's first draft on game 1 wasn't something really good, but this is something I can chow behind with a very skirmishy composition here for Geek Fam. A lot of early game focus with Granger as well and the Valier.
Oh, speaking of early game potential, looks like Why Not and Toshi are battling it out onto the bottom side. But you know what? Edgar comes to save the day and will be helping his friend in need. But if you go back into our laning phases, looks like both teams are to early farming, and that's what you really essentially need for the first seconds of the game. Of course, if you want a potential pick-off, then you probably need those golden XP. But here we are looking at a clash, Rockhart.
Yeah, very intense here, Geek Fam. They wanna really capitalize on that, but looks like it's gonna be SGD with the first attempt on the kill on the top lane for a first blood. Hajizi getting that much needed gold behind this Claude.
Dang, if you look at it, Joe really invested on that flicker out. But you know what, Joe? Nope, you go back to the back lines. But thank you for the kill. And that's one timely manner would actually do. So that was a on Kufra on getting in with the Claude. But unfortunately, Heath and others are really on standby. So it's kind of like an unfair game if you go for like many members of SGD. It's not gonna go into your favor. And
that's right.
Yeah, if you go here, the roaming and rotations are still very well disciplined for the side of SGD.
Yeah, SGD looking really confident. I'm surprised they're looking super confident, despite their composition having an Angela. If you talk to me like before the big break that we had here, the mid-season break as they call it.
Yeah.
If you told me that they were gonna pick Angela before, I would have probably laughed. It was really funny. It's not super effective. But yeah, yesterday did show Angela does kind of have a good spot here as a solid support for a lot of the heroes that we have, especially for Claude, right? It can really use an Angela, and they have a great front line with a Jawhead and an Atlas. So as long as they can make it to the mid to the late game, I feel like SGD can still be fine here.
Yes, I agree with you on that, because usually Angela is like one of the underrated supports that we usually witness, because I can relate, since basically I use that certain type of champion hero.
There you go.
But the thing about Angela is this certain type of versatility in her kit that makes her underrated, but really efficient, especially in terms of SGD's current lineup that we have right now. And so far, the best thing that Geek Fam has to do right here, because draft-wise, I would agree with the panelists when they say that SGD has the upper hand. But the thing is, Geek Fam can do this if and only if they manage to make it in a pinch. But looking here, Jawhead with that 2 throws on the back, and that beautiful free hits from Claude just make it so cleanly and beautiful in a way that you're just really knocking them off the train, like what Wolf said.
Yeah, that was such a wasted Tyrant's Rage there. No one to follow up, and gives a free kill. Again, I just really like what they're doing here. Hajizi being kept safe so well. And again, the rest of Geek Fam just waiting and hesitating over and over again. Right now, though, he's going to be kicked back with Cho's Way of the Dragon. The rest of SGD here to back them up. For the meantime, it looks like no kills going to be happening as of yet.
Yes, because if they manage to really go and continue with Keith, you have to take note that the other members of SGD are in the area. So it's easy for them to just really, go into the aids of Jawhead earlier. But like what I've said, that was a wise choice for Cho not to really engage any further, because it would be just another potential kill for the side of SGD. And again, going back, you can't really risk giving more and more golden XP to your enemy.
That's right. At this point, if it's not a sure kill, Geek Fam is saying, we're not going to do it. If it's not sure, let one member go down, let 2 members go down, as long as we don't give the whole team, and someone else is farming, maybe on the top side, maybe on the bottom side. Right now, though, in the mid lane, I feel like they really want to go for more. But Geek Fam, the skirmishy composition that we were promised, is not giving the kills that we want in the early game.
I agree with you. And, you know, the initial composition of Geek Fam here is not really showing online just yet, simply because SGD is creating the pace. And it's in a pace in which they are mostly advantageous of. So right now, I love how, you know, Jawhead here is really on standby, giving some space for the Claude. But you have to take note to Geek Fam as well. If you notice, they are more cautious right now. But again, why not in a pinch? Forces to use that flicker away. And again, that's another invested spell. But going back here onto the action, though, looks like Hayes and Carl Teasy here, just, you know, it was a close call for him, because if ever he was captured, that's another pick-off.
Yeah, the sad thing is, Geek Fam's composition is not really a team that wants to go on a slow pace. Right now, they are going hard. Again, SGD takes a tower, takes a kill, gets all the gold, and that's 4-0 on the kill score, and 3,000, almost 2,000 here on the gold lead. Right now, May, instead of the one doing the hunting, is being hunted. SGD, they're not done.
Yes, not bad indeed. And look at this. Angela will be stunning. May will be not able to get that tower protection any further, because look at the damage that the Jawhead gives alongside with Angela's support. And again, this is another resource take for Hadjizi. You know, just really scaling and abusing the map control that they have is something that you have to look out for.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is how you abuse Angela. If someone is super good, Angela's super good at slowing down people, right? And you know what? Jawhead is great against targets that are slowed down, because you can spam all your skills, all the missiles will hit, all the throws will hit, the normal attacks as well. Exort on the bottom lane, gonna be hunted down by the trio of Geek SGD here, and no one to help him. Geek Fam just losing out another member.
Oh, SGD being a bully right now onto Geek Fam. But again, why not? Will be attempting for that take. But again, Heath with the timely flicker out. And of course, the members of SGD really on to the reflexes here. And now they will be the one keeping up the pace. So far, CKTD is on the verge of being killed. Will Toshi make it? Yes or no? But on the verge here, Granger will take one hit. But at the same time, look at this SGD just making a domino effect. You know what? You've given us a fallen comrade. We will avenge you, is what they say. And again, why not? Tries to go for Hayes, but unfortunately the damage is not enough. And take note, Esmeralda here with the falling star moon. Kenji is a bit of a brink of hell. With the help of that shield, will duly compensate and will go back safely.
Yeah, the cost of getting that one kill, just so massive for Geek Fam and SGD. They are capitalizing on the advantage that they have right now. See that? Everyone was ready to respond in position. Bottom lane turret will go down here for SGD. At least Geek Fam is getting some gold, but SGD, they want to say something else.
Yes, indeed, and that is, really finishing this game off in a pace where they are in control, and this is what we are seeing right now. Look, just had Jeezy really utilizing all the resources that they have, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna go to the turtle side anytime soon. And the best thing, like what I've said, Geek Fam is starting to see some depletion in terms of resource taking, because the map control is in the advantage of SGD. So now looking here onto the precisions, it's quite difficult for Geek Fam to actually go and recover themselves if they don't find that miracle pick-off.
But the only thing I like about Geek Fam right now is, despite 8-1 on the kill score, the gold score is not that high. So they're still somehow in this game. They just need to really find that momentum and make use of the tankiness that their composition have. Right now, SGD, they are just pressuring Geek Fam non-stop, though. They're saying, no rock hard. We're a little behind on gold. They're a little behind, but right now, we're gonna fight.
Oh, that was a beautiful throw by the Jawhead right there. To and fro, just really targeting the squishy heroes of Geek Fam. And this is gonna be a beautiful tower dive. Double kill, that blazing silhouette, and that BMI from Claude. Just so flawless. and they will be taking another turret down, and Uranus there just really on standby on the top area to prevent Cho from getting it any further.
Yeah, and right now Geek Fam just losing a tower, an inhibitor tower in the bot lane. Probably in the mid lane will be another fight going for the Claude right away. The suicide mission from May, and he will get his target.
This is a bit greedy on the side of Cho. I mean, I get the point that you really want the kills, but so long as you really provide more and more XP and gold, like what I said with to SGD Omega, it's just really gonna turn out not into the favor that you want it to be. It would have been an optimal choice if he could have just waited for the other teammates to arrive. But you know, I think SGD is really up on their feet, just really wanting to have this dominating game.
Yeah, the call was super weird there, and the suicide mission, they removed the Claude, so no more pushing, and that's a good idea. But the problem is you're also giving away resources to this already super tanky SGD Omega lineup. So that might be a problem later on.
Yes, actually, we're already seeing some signs of that problem right now, because if you look at the calls of going in to a potential team fight, it's kind of scattered in a manner that they are not all compiled together, and this leaves the Claude to just really abuse his blazing duet and just go all out. And when I mean all out, I mean all out of Geek Fam, because look at the damage that he's inflicted. Initially, a Claude is to be nerfed, but look at the damage that he's giving right now. It's quite the opposite, actually. It's like you won't really realize the nerf that's happening right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Claude is just ripping through enemies like they are paper, despite, I really like the Geek Fam lineup. Right now, though, again, another free hit Claude. No one's gonna stop me. Yo, Hot Jeezy going crazy.
Cold battle, says Claude right here, and Uranus won't really, go out without a fight. It looks like I can do as much kills as you, says his teammates right there, but here, a very dominating performance once again from SGD, throws it and goes for the kill. That is just like their standard technique right here, Rockhart, and it's working very well for the side of SGD. And it looks like this is the conclusion, because this is a beautiful 2-0 in the hands of SGD Omega.
Man, I gotta give it to SGD Omega. They have been making this Claude composition work, and I'll take a quote here from a post that one of our casters, Midnight, has posted out there on social media. As long as the masks exist, as long as the mechanics of the mask are there, the funnel strategies for heroes like Claude is gonna work. For SGD, it is working out 2 games straight, and they really rely a lot on the crowd control mechanics and just overall great teamwork that makes sure that no one goes down, that no one dies, despite having very squishy lineups. We have an Angelo, we have a Claude. They didn't die a lot. I think Angelo only died like none. I think he did die, and the Claude only died like just that 1-2 times, right? When he was just super focused on. But overall, SGD was winning almost every fight.
Yes, indeed. I mean, as much as you really want to give a hopeful insight on overall Geek Fam's composition, you really can't deny that even though it's a fundamental draft for SGD, if it's fundamental and it's fixed, but you know what? More of these analyzations when we go into our panelists right now. Wolf, you take us away.
Thank you, Seiya and Rockhart, amazing cast for an amazing game. This is more like an expected outcome, to say the least. But what I did not expect to see was that the Angela will be controlled by Kenji. It was controlled by Kenji, and it was Toshino who went for the safe lane / solo side laning Uranus. And it was a great effect, man. I don't know. It's a quick description of what I saw. It was the Claude having so much of a security because there's like an Atlas securing him, and as well as a Jawhead, and also an Angela that whenever her ultimate is available, she just fights with SGD Omega from one part of the map to another. And I think that is wonderful to see for SGD Omega. But how about you guys, Osiris and Leo? What did you see in that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was the confidence. It was the trust that they give to each other. Whenever that Claude goes in, he knows that he got the extra protection of Angela, the layer of Atlas. It was all the setup of the tanks, and the funnel strategy really showed a lot. I mean, from our casters, they told us about the mask effect, and it greatly benefits that Claude. He got that from Leo with the ultimate, who's AoE, and the setup from all of those tanks. This is just a free game. They're just roaming around. I want to kill that. You take me that one. It's just they're just pointing fingers who they wanted to kill, and then that's it.
Yep, I agree. I think this might actually be well, they were both equally just stomps, but game 1, the way it was different was because the lineup was just not there. Here in game 2, Geek Fam just was not ready to face an Angela build like this. And something else I noticed here, guys, I just want to point it out. Toshi on that Uranus is rocking Retribution. What's going on? This is an Avarice Uranus in the off lane that really just wants to destroy people and just choke out the resources. I mean, he's just willing to dive in, steal objectives, and then get out and then disrupt the opponent's resource gains, and because of that, you know, Hajizi just had the time of his life. 8-10, wow.
Yeah, overall, a lot of surprising stuff. Yeah, I like that you pointed that retribution for the Uranus. So what it does from the side laners is that you have your contention against the crab, which is, I think, very important to take note. Yeah. Surely your strength in team fights are quite hampered, but if you think about it, team fights won't matter if you're rich anyways, right? You don't need that extra execute damage or that extra vengeance damage if you have so much gold in your hands. And that's exactly what happened here from SGD Omega. And again, they have run over Geek Fam like a train. Yeah. It's gonna be really hard for Geek Fam to recover from this, and I do hope that they find ways during their break. I think that their next fight is going to be next week, if I'm not mistaken. But if I am mistaken, well, they had to be better prepared for their next opponents. Well, we did say this is SGD Dragons, and I think that they are also recovering from a loss. You know what? I think I saw them lose in other online tournaments in Grand Finals, but they still went to the Grand Finals nevertheless. So I think SGD Omega, they're just keeping up the level of play that we are expecting from them, and this is a much better performance compared to the first 3 weeks. But yeah, Osiris and Leo, maybe I'll just ask for your last footnotes on the match, and if you ever want to hype our next match, then do say your piece. All right, Osiris, please.
Yeah, I just want to go back with the Retribution pack, with the Retribution part, because with the Uranus, you don't really need an Aegis, you don't really need a flicker, you don't really need a sprint. There's nothing you can do. So you make that matter, that one last slot, and you wanted to deny a huge economy onto the side of the enemy, and it was a big IQ play for them. So yeah, for the next match, this is really looking good because of ULVL going up against STI. Both needs to get back once again. So I'm really looking forward how they're going to recover.
Yeah.
Man, this whole the past few days of the MPL resuming or couple days just really shows us that the meta right now, it's not about the funneling, it's not about the 1-2-2 or what would you like to call it. I think it's really about Moneyball. It's all about Moneyball. Right. If you're able to get as much money as possible in the shortest amount of time, then you're good. You know what they say, right? There's no one is strong against many. But I think the real saying should be no one is strong against money. If your carry can just out farm the other side, then you're all good, man. So hashtag Moneyball, make it happen. But yeah, that aside, I agree with Osiris. STI, I just want to see what STI brings to the table.
All right, that will be after this break Thank you so much to Cyrus and Leo, and of course our casters. For now, we're gonna hop into a break, but don't go away because MPL PH Season 5 is gonna come back.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Realme 5i, quad camera battery king, Realme smartphone, dare to lead.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation is critical.
8,
Data doesn't
7.
Check pressure. It can't be stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on! Party on!
That hurts. Where am I?
stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Pawpaw and Koopa began, under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Pawpaw shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellas didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! Huh? You saved me? I think I just found myself a new friend. Popple and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go R.I.P. for let me see you moving, never gon' stop, Epic fight queen, that's so hot, Let's celebrate, we got two shots. Come and battle, Let's hit the next level, Come and battle, I'm the real game, right rebel. From Earth to space, we party, place to place, I'm in. From Earth to space, Mobile Legends of the race. Party on, game on, game on. Party on. There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight. Game on, party on. Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. We are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. Legends won't fade away tonight. Party on, game on, game on, game on, party on. This is how we be topping a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and coming together, we show them how we do it. From team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, Let's hit the next level, Come and battle, I'm the real game, right rebel. From Earth to space, we party, place to place, I'm in. From Earth to space, Mobile Legends of the race. Game on, party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree! Godlike! Legendary! Double kill!
It's good to see you.
Legendary! Your team destroyed the legendary! Executed! Legendary! Legendary! An ally has been mega kill! Double kill!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on! Party on!
Experience the youth of suffering.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary!
check 1-2.
Back in action for MPL Season 5. Your panel host, Wolf. With me is Osiris and Leo. Best in the business in terms of analyzing all of these Mobile Legends action. Guys, how you doing?
We good.
I'm alright.
Really excited.
Yeah, this is exciting. I think we're gonna have a different match. It's gonna be, correct me if I'm wrong, ULVL versus STI. And I think that's our second series of the day. This match, and when I saw the schedule for today, I kind of thought maybe this is the match where we can go the distance. Maybe this is the match where we can see both teams having at it, maybe a 2-1, and we're gonna see a lot of team fights because that's the nature of teams that are generally in the lower bracket of a standing of a league, of a tournament. And SCI and ULVL, both of them are struggling. We'll see who now can win over the other because both of them are in a very bad spot in terms of the scores, and they both of them need the 2-0 surely if they want to make it to the playoffs. But Osiris, what do you think about this matchup? Who do you think is the better team, or if there's any better team, what makes them, what separates them from the other?
Yeah, I think at this matchup, STI going up against ULVL, by paper, by numbers, I believe that STI got the higher chance. They are a well-rounded team compared to others. It's just that they're having a problems against even more solid teams. But this time, ULVL with the adjustments, without basic, going in for secret, some miscommunications inside the game. I think STI can capitalize on that because remember, you got Mage Dad. This is a roster that's looking promising, but then they're having a hard time right now, just having those slumps like other teams. But I still believe that STI can go further.
How about you, Leo? What do you think about this lineup? Yeah, this matchup, I mean.
Yeah, I just gotta say, my mind says ULVL, but my heart says STI. These guys here, they're one of the most seasoned lineups. I mean, looking back, it might just be Docman, who, correct me if I'm wrong, made his debut in Season 4, but everyone else has been around basically forever in the MPL PH scene. So with that being said, if it comes to the distance, if this is more of a marathon than a sprint, STI might find themselves getting back some points. But you know, this lineup right here, they've been struggling. That's true, and it might take a hit on their morale, which might affect communications and everything else. So with that being said, ULVL should take advantage.
Now, ULVL, of course, you mentioned about this team. It's Escanor, Deb, Secret, Unseen, Chu, and Basic. Secret now playing in the as the starting 5, to say the least, for ULVL. Of course, there's Escanor, Deb, and Chu, and Unseen. I think that this team just needs to find their groove. They have to recall what they did in the first week of the Mobile Legends Professional League Season 5 and just drive from that group, but it has been since lost from their minds. I don't understand why, but Osiris, if you're a team like ULVL, you've had a taste of victory and you missed it so badly, what should you do so that you can taste it once again?
First, of course, in MPL, this is the game of adaptation. Yes, you can. This is a best of 3 match, so you still got those 3 chances to take a game or to understand everyone's strategy. So, as per ULVL, it's not all about. Some people claims that it's all about basic carrying ULVL, but you gotta remember we got Escanor. They got some promising newcomers as well. So I believe that they're just having those honeymoon phase, not entirely a honeymoon phase, but an adjustment still for a new team going up against these bigger teams in MPL. This is not an ordinary league. This is the best of the best. So they're having the experiences, and then it can manifest into future or a better outcome.
I think what you mean, Osiris, is they're going through puberty. I mean, the first few weeks, that was
That's
growing
the better
pains.
word.
Yeah, that was growing pains. That was the honeymoon phase. You know, like, oh, look at all the lights, look at all the crowds. We're in the MPL.
Yeah,
but now I think
yeah.
it's puberty, and I think they lost basic in the main 5. So with that being said, I agree. But then again, it might come down to reps. You know, maybe just you keep going with this kind of lineup, and you'll find your footing. And for STI, it might be a larger problem, a more deeper rooted problem, because these guys have been here, and they're going through maybe a midlife crisis, a late life crisis as pros. So I don't know, that's something else that we are yet to see a solution for.
Yeah, and mind you, this is not an STI that has been on MPL. They are being seen on bigger leagues. So it means that this is a bigger problem. And having a veterans, it's either there's something's going on because they're veterans, or it's just that they need to mesh well right now. So still, so many aspects.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, there's a lot of aspects that we have to take note. Apart from the fact that they are playing in a professional league, they also have some factors, some outside factors, like for example, their own boot camp, their own facility, their own communication, and the fact that we're also playing online, that also plays out. This is such a variable, and I think that at a certain degree, it's an equalizer that we don't know what to expect from the teams, but I think that one thing's for sure, they need to adapt to whatever they have right now. For ULVL, from what I hear, they are in a much better facility as compared to STI. But STI, knowing that they have been playing like this for the longest time, right? Maybe this is their comfort as compared to teams like ULVL or other teams, right? Maybe they have gotten the gist of it, but we don't know for sure. Now, in terms of how both of these teams play, what can you say about their signature or their strategy, or how their identity basically, or their lack thereof, if there is? Osiris and Leo, how should the strategies look like when it comes to ULVL versus STI?
Going, of course, into the advance. I was about to say that Atlas, once again, I really loving the hero right now. It got those kits, it got those shields, it got those sets. But then Escanor, we've seen him many times play really great onto that Jawhead. So I'm really looking forward to a Jawhead or a targeted ban. So, yep.
Your team is banning.
Anyway, on the other side, of course, STI with the Harriet.
Yeah, I'm expecting Harith. I don't see a Harith anywhere just yet, but yeah, I'm expecting ULVL here to show us something crazy. Again, Unseen and Deb, they're known to pick odd heroes. On the side of STI, we might revisit something from the recent past. That's what I'm feeling, you know? Old guard veterans will show you how it's done, new kids on the block.
Your team is picking.
Right, man. It's all about age and puberty from the panel right now. But let's see if this aged well, as Uranus is gonna be the first pick from Team ULVL. Grok is not yet considered by both teams so far, and as well as Hylos. I think that these are the heroes that we should be looking for, but it seems like both STN and ULVL, they don't want it yet. They want to prioritize something else. And that something else might just be the Bruno. I like the Valier pick versus the Uranus. But Leo, how is it that STI will consider the Bruno instead of something like a carry to be able to deal against or deal with this Uranus?
Yeah, good question. And I think the only way I can answer that question is with another question, is as to why the Bruno is so early. Why is the Bruno so early? And they could have gone with the Claude. Yeah, the Claude was open. I think that would have been a safer, like, early pick. Or, like, if you're going to pull the trigger soon, it better be for the Claude, because the Bruno here is a very specific kind of marksman. And why not the carry? I'm guessing is because between these two, the carry and the Bruno, Bruno can just burst down a little faster. Carry is a more specific kind of damage. It's true damage, yes, and she requires a little more of a late game, maybe an additional 3 or 4 minutes to really just be the unstoppable machine she's meant to be. So STI, they were erring on the side of caution, but just the same, they pulled the trigger too early anyways. So that was a misstep, I think. That was a misstep.
Yeah, but I'm guessing right now, as for STI, that Bruno is a late game. They got the Peel, which is Valier, and topping up with the Thams, which is offensive tank. I'm a huge believer of Eugis Harith that might buy time for the Bruno. He was really potent on using that one to the mid lane, destroying mid, top, and then to the bottom. So I guess it will give time or a bit of a breather for our Bruno, but then there's still U-level strat with the Claude who can go online. On top of that, the movement speed with the Rafaela and the frontline Uranus. Valier isn't really a good answer if ever that he wanted to peel with those huge movement speed coming in from Rafaela.
For STI, they will be getting the Kufra. Well, ULVL, they're considering the Diggy and the Cho. I like the Diggy with the Rafaela that they're kind of all in on this mid lane Claude. But for STI, how do they close this draft? They will immediately answer my question by picking up the Harith. Well, this is a classic Harith from STI, or at least from you.
Yes.
Specifically, maybe somebody from the panel brought this up. That's Osiris. Do you like this? Alright, you did mention about the Harith for UG, but do you like it in this situation? Is this something that can change the tides for STI?
Well, as for STI, he's the Mr. Consistent, and I believe he can still deliver, and it's just that needed that kind of follow-up. So, with that Bruno, and with the Valier, with a bit of the peel potential, I think they can just go ahead. But the aggression of U-level, I think they can. This is a head-to-head match on the average. But I'll go with STI, so believer of STI.
All right. Oh, STI for Osiris. How about you, Leo? Will you join Osiris or will you go for U-level this time?
Yeah, man, I gotta play this smart, and it's a little bit of old, a little bit of new coming in from STI. I'm glad to see UG pick up the Harith once more, but again, it's Moneyball we're talking about here, and Claude seems to be the #1 client. So with that being said, I gotta give this one to U-level.
Oh man, I think we share the sentiments there. I think that in this game and then in this meta, I'm really digging the term. It's the Moneyball meta. I'm looking at this Claude and I'm seeing Rafaela and Diggy as the supports. It's not their conventional supports that make the play or stunner supports, but man, having the Rafaela and this Diggy, it really will amplify this Claude or enable the Claude to say the least. And now that's U-level for me now as my prediction. But now let's pass it on to our casters. It's going to be Seiya and Rockhard. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our panelists, Des. It's me, Rockhard, alongside Seiya here, giving you the action for match 2 of the day here. U-level versus, of course, STI. So,
yes.
Seiya, we're gonna be in for a bit of a pickle here. It's a bit of an even matchup, don't you think?
Yes, I agree with you and with the panels as well. And, this is a very interesting lineup for both of them. And I don't want to make predictions because I might jinx them. So let's just head on into our game right now, Rockhard. And it looks like for the side of U-level, they are really focusing on to the resources. And the same thing actually with STI. So they're kind of more on the fundamental lanings onto the early minutes of the game.
Yeah, so U-level adapting to that super support, give the Claude everything you got, gold, give it all to Claude and hope it works out in the late game. So, like the previous matches that we have seen, it's going to be the Claude win condition. And I gotta say, I kind of agree that giving away the Bruno earlier on for STI, the panelists just brought this up. Why did they bring out the Bruno right away? I'm a little concerned that they maybe gave it away for a counter pick. But what do you think?
It kind of depends because on paper, on our drafting, I mean, it's kind of, really worrisome. But it really depends if they manage to pull off this Bruno pick, if ever so, the way they execute really it onto the battlefield right now. So
that's true.
Yeah, I mean, too early to really conclude right now because the good discipline for Kripsu specifically really shoving away those minions onto the top side so they get a little more space into that area. And this is just really a matter of your space into the game.
Yeah, speaking of space, though, not giving them any, as the rest of STI want to go crazy, want to go ham, trying to get the kill. But looks like ULVL gonna be safe for another day there. Again, they are really trying to catch up with the Claude's farm by trying to go for kills. I mean, I guess that's a good win condition, but it's not the most reliable one.
Yeah, so if we kind of notice, two of the marksmen specifically had a different perspective in terms of, really scaling with those resources. If you notice that STI goes to really aid Bruno in terms of potential kills. But right now, we're seeing some little pinches as True right here was the target, but still manages to escape. And you really couldn't afford any casualties in this time around because you will be giving like a certain ticket to your enemy to really adds up.
That's right. I was really super surprised with Shu went for the blazing duet, right? Then went for the battle mirror image. Then there was the fams right there. If I was the Claude user, I'd be super surprised. But I'm very glad that they were able to just really be friendly there for the meantime. It gives us a little break to analyze and break this down because Shu is, I guess, doing a good job. Because if I were ULVL, as long as I'm not dying, I'm doing a good job. Because I can play until the later parts of the game where Claude usually is a lot stronger. It looks like bottom lane is going to be a bit of a different story. Try to go for a bot lane kill. We'll be giving it over to the Claude in that regard. First blood to ULVL.
Yes, indeed. That was a beautiful space given into the bottom lane, bottom side. It's kind of like essential thing to do when you have a Cho. You give them the space, you give the resources as much as possible, but I think they will be doing another version of it on the top. But I like it how they prioritize the tower first and heading into that dive, and looks like they will be having a potential pickup, but it's in the hands of the Harris.
Wow, so impressive there, and looks like STI gonna get value for their money. I first initially thought they would lose out because the turtle was taken over to side the ULVL. Right now they're going for Kripsu. They don't want to give it any room. No Purify or anything. Everything must go into the Bruno. And that will be a kill for ULVL in that regard.
Yes, indeed. So far, in terms of, really executing their skills, it's kind of on par. But right now, here onto the top side, there might be a potential pick-off here, but it was a close call. I like the decision factor they were in. They decided to play it safe for now because gold-wise and skill-wise, I think they needed a bit more resources on it before they really have that, secure kill.
Yeah, I really like this game is like a flicker purify only game. With just you going for the retribution. Everyone just doesn't want to get caught by the crowd control. That is such a big deal, especially since that's gonna be the basic driving force for the kills. If you get locked down by the reverse time, you're probably going down. If you get kicked back by Escanor's Way of the Dragon, you might get kicked out. And that's the truth for both sides. There's also very hard crowd control on the side of STI, and no kills are happening too much is a good sign for both ULVL and STI, because I like a late game Claude, right? Everyone likes a late game Claude, but you also have to take note that the Bruno is also just super strong when he gets the critical items that he needs, right?
Yes, indeed. And of course, like what our panelists mentioned earlier, that the drafts are kind of like, you know, really on a tug-of-war. But the concern that they have for Bruno will depend on how he plays this out. And I think the Claude is doing pretty well. We can already witness his tower dives with his blazing duets. Bruno is really, he's not so far too behind into marksman of U level, but I like the prioritization onto the turtle take right here by the Claude, and looks like we will be having a clash right now, Rockhard. This is getting messy. The Bruno takes the kill, but in exchange, the Claude just goes rampage right here, just free hitting the members of STI in a very timely manner.
Oh, is that a maniac? No, being taken off by Dev in the end. Oh my gosh, giving the turtle buff to the Claude. The blazing duet just hurts so much more. Mid lane tower will probably go down very, very easily here. And the rest of U level are going non-stop on the pressure. Escanor also wants to join the fight. He was pushing non-stop on top. Looks like they're gonna cash that in real quick. More gold on the side of the blue.
Indeed, right on top. And if you notice, most of our clashes are happening into the mid and top. But you know what? Let's look at this replay right here. After the Claude goes for that turtle take, he goes really in with that blazing duet and followed by his free hit. And it's kind of like a separate so it's in general, they really turned it out in the favor that they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I gotta say, such a good job for the rest of the U-level supports for keeping Chu alive that long. So Deb and Unseen really pushing everything so that Chu just has a fun time with this Claude. On the other side, though, again, everyone just they get picked off at random times. I'm getting surprised here by STI, if you notice, right? Like, that shouldn't usually happen, but they get picked off. That just makes the upcoming fights so much harder for STI.
Yes, it did. I think this is the day of the Claude users right now, because it's supposed to be nerf. It's supposed to be, you're not really gonna witness a lot of damages, but look at this. Chu just getting all those choo-choo traits coming in with all of those damages, and really his decisions from getting a pick-off to going back and scaling some resources and pinching them up with the help of the other members is so for.
Yeah, they're getting on that choo-choo, you know? There's gonna be a new meme for Mr. Chu right there. Secret on the top lane, though, gonna be in a bit of a trouble. The rest of the team is here to back it up. Look at that blazing duet going really crazy in there. Double kill and make it a triple for Chu. Wants to get more. He's inside the base. He wants to fish it up. No one to back it off. BMI gonna be able to save him. Healing from Unseen. Gonna be able to make sure he does not go down.
I had to scream right there because that was like an inch of health, but so close call. It was Rafaela right there. Okay, Dogman tried to attempt to go in, but unfortunately the series of free hits is just too surreal for him to handle. And now that the top is exposed, this leaves U-level a lot of space to really be patient with the minions around, but I think they will be prioritizing the turrets again with the time journey right here, getting procs, avoiding all of the necessary debuffs right there in their hands. This is just looking good for U-level.
Another one going here. Escanor picks up the Tams, almost gets the kill, but will be able to survive. But how long is that gonna be? The rest of U-level just really going crazy. The supports are hitting the tower. That's how confident they are. No hitters here on the bottom lane.
Look at how faithful Diggy's time bombs are. It's really, it gives a lot of threat against STI. And then going back right here onto some potential skirmishes here, I really have U-level has a different kind of level in terms of discipline, because anytime they had the choice to actually be and go with it, okay, let's wait for the minions a bit.
Yeah, a little bit more here. The rest, wow, Secret just being a boss right now and just making sure he can get the bait in. Chu getting ready. He's looking for that big blazing duet. Looks like the rest of them are just gonna chill out. Chu as well on the side, just doing a lot of damage. And now STI for the final defense here. And will they go for it? I don't think so. That's going to be a negated Tyrant's Rage once more with help of the Diggy's Time Journey. Everyone just going nuts. Escanor almost goes down. The Lord is here to join us, but it's not going to be needed, as that's going to be the game. ULVL take game 1.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations to them. That was a pretty dominating performance. I mean, we're witnessing a lot of, one-sided plays, and ULVL really knows how to demonstrate them.
That's right. I feel like this is just a very classic showing of how powerful the Claude can be. 12-0 to free. Let's go. A big props to the rest of ULVL support line, not allowing Chu to go down, despite there are some moments where Chu was going a little ham there. They were going, not the safest play. They were under tower, going over aggressive, but they were able to go away scot-free. They didn't give away any kills, so there was barely any room for STI to make a comeback.
Yes, indeed. But you know what? More of these analyzations when we pass it on out to our panelists. Wolf, why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much, Rockard and Seiya, for that game number 1 of this best of 2 series between ULVL and STI. And I think, as predicted, Moneyball is still the best strategy, at least in this meta. Now that we have Claude, the leader, the frontliner of the Moneyball strategy, that what you have to do is just to put all your eggs in that basket and hope for the best. And I think that because of the fact that Claude is a hero that's fundamentally strong because of the skills the abilities that this hero has, it's easy to put your eggs in that basket. But of course, Osiris and Leo, what did you think of that game?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting for the early game because, once again, you just Harris. But then, of course, with the extra layers of protection, you got Diggy, you got the Rafaela, it enables the whole squad to take over the early game. And as Leo told us, it was the Moneyball game that Claude was able to again and again rack up those kills, rack up all the gold that he needs. And from the casters, there's so many unnecessary fights, deaths that's really questionable onto the side of STI. I thought they were able to fix that over this huge break, but then this made me even more question what's really happening behind the scenes.
Yep, definitely. And unseen here, being untouched. Our Rafaela didn't die a single time. So that just shows you that the lineup on ULVL here, at least against STI, is just solid as compared to yesterday. So this is good for ULVL. STI, on the other hand, again, they're very shaky.
I think that they are indeed very shaky because in this lineup, I think that they had a chance. Honestly, even when there's a Moneyball strategy going in for Claude, it's not a straight up.
Supposedly,
they're gonna win it. Now the match MVP in terms of stats is Chu with 12-0 and 3, and he is indeed unstoppable. But I think that this will not be possible without a support duo, let alone the side laners for Team ULVL. I think that this is such a team effort, if we know, because the only way for you to actually trust a Moneyball strategy is that if your side laners or your other components are also mentally sound, or at least you're on the same page with what you're gonna do. You have to have a strategy wherein you want to pull off a funnel strat or a Moneyball strat, and the way for you to do it is to have a distinct rotation in the early, mid, and the late game. And I think that ULVL in that specific game able to do it. Leo, I want to ask, is this what you expect? Is this how you played it out in your mind when you favored ULVL to win game number 1?
To be honest, not this bad. Like, not this kind of a stomp. Because, by the way, I saw the draft. Yuji had the Harith. They picked up the Bruno. I was a little hopeful for that. But no. It was a little closer in my head, to be honest. I'll be real with you. It was a little closer.
All right. Osiris, you kind of put a little bit of trust on STI. And I know, I understand why. I mean, you have a signature hero from UG with the Harith. unfortunately, these are the heroes or these strategies that don't work anymore in the meta. We are seeing Harith decline in the professional scene as time went by because of the nerfs that he received in the way the teams have played. But maybe the question now is, how will STI now approach game number 2? Do they go back? Do they change stuff? Or do they adapt more? Do they need to react more to what ULVL is showing them? What are your thoughts on how STI can get back for game 2?
Yeah, I mean, checking right now with STI, I think they are really outdated on how they move, and at the same time, their hero pool, it's not as vast as how other teams work. Let's not be flashy like how Geek Fam works. Let's try to be more closer into the meta, but then back up with a solid execution. Because once again, by papers but by numbers, they are good. But even more so in their comfort picks, they're still losing. So this is a bit of a big question, even more for the whole squad. What's the problem? Because it's not all about experience anymore. They got that. It's not all about the comfort picks, because they got that. So I guess that they really need to adapt into the new kids on the block, on the aggression onto the early game. And then if ever that they can flip up the switch, I guess now is the time.
All right. Speaking of flipping the switch, it feels like ULVL might have found their own switch. Leo, do you like how ULVL performed in this game versus STI? Do you want to expect more from ULVL, or are you satisfied on how they are adjusting and how they're trying to come back in the grand scheme of things when it comes to MPL Season 5 regular season?
I'd like to say I am. This is good. Like, you play this game so dominantly and you win. Why would you expect more? At least against STI. So this is step 1 in trying to get out of the puberty stage in your MPL debut. So I think we got to take it step by step when we're talking about ULVL here. You don't want to shock them, right? You had this lineup shakeup so late into the process, like literally mid-season, and now you're taking game 1s, maybe even sweeping. We'll see in game 2. But with that being said, you gotta take it slow so that eventually you can once again get back into the upper half of the league.
Here we are, though. Maybe this is the next step for ULVL, but for STI, this is still their first step, or at least step 0. They need to win a match. It's gonna be really hard to climb right now for STI. I can't recall when was the last time they won a match, if they did. I might have to look back into the standings to know whether or not they have won a game. But it's looking really bad on their side. It's gonna be up to them how they can pick themselves up as we head to game 2's draft. It's Valier, their first ban. ULVL, however, it's going to be the Atlas. Osiris, what else do you expect from STI? If you want to win game 2, what should you be banning or picking?
Yeah, it's all about the Claude right now, I believe, because he's a really good carry. You got that gold coming. It's really doubled with this guy, and you should also have those beefy frontliners. As how aggressive as ULVL, you need to deny the frontliners or the ones that's enabling them to roam around the map. So less movement, I guess, will be a less threat for STI.
Your team is picking.
How about you, Leo? If you're ULVL and you want to keep what you had during the first game, do you draft the same way? Do you get the same ingredients, or will you show us a different dish in game number 2?
I think you I'm 50-50 on that, to be honest, but I'd say you stay the course. You gotta stay the course, because STI, they're rocked. You know what I mean? Like in an MMA fight or in a boxing match, they essentially got knocked down, but they got up because there's still game 2, right? But you gotta keep the pressure. You gotta stay consistent. If you try something else at this point, you might risk game 3. So stick to the plan. Again, and we're seeing that right now. They pick up the Rafaela once more. And I think they're more confident in not securing the Claude so early because they don't want to make the mistake of locking the Bruno so soon. So yeah, with that being said, this might be them just staying consistent. I like it so far.
So having the Hylos kind of makes me think maybe they don't want to go for the Claude at this point. That's why they secured their Rafaela and their Uranus, which by the way also picked up in the previous match. Kind of makes me think they might go for something like a carry instead of the Claude, knowing that Hylos is a big threat for the Claude. This is actually, the Hylos is a hero that I'm surprised wasn't being picked as much here in MPL Season 5, especially because Claude has been always picked.
Your team is banned.
And it's probably because we always see the Hylos banned. But in this series, I think Hylos will be a good opening pick for STI. ULVL, in no case do they have the better engagement just because they have the carry. But at least for STI, they're on the right direction when it comes to draft. Now, the first set of bans and picks have been set. Osiris, what should be the development here for Team ULVL?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how ULVL works, I think this is a really good jawhead for Escanor.
Your team is
Yep, we got that. So yeah, I mean, it puts a lot of even. You got the running tanks right now. They're gonna bulldoze the front line with the Raphael once again. SCI kind of needs to take that away or ban it away, but they let it slip once again. And this is the enabler we're talking about. It gives a lot of time for a carry to farm, and then you got those front lines. Let the light spinning wheel do his thing, and then destroy or shred STI. So not sure. Yes, it's a good protection for having a Diggy. You got the initiation factor, but then this is a Bruno. This isn't like carry. You got that endless battle, and then she's good to go. Bruno needs the late game or better timing for it to work.
Man, Leo, I know this is surprising to me, but can you explain what's the idea behind STI? I mean, if I'm looking at the Kimidigi, it's a very good combination, but if you pair it up with another marksman, which is the Bruno, it can easily be countered, and there's the Lolita to actually counter it all. I don't like how they close it out, but is there something that you see in the lineup of STI that they might be able to pull this through?
They're looking at the Kimi as the early game, and even like maybe a pseudo mage, hence forth not having an actual mage. So with that being said, they're just trying to cover that early game, and then maybe hopefully spike into the mid, and then pick up later on with Bruno. It's very hopeful, very optimistic, but you know, greedy. I just gotta be real with you. Guys, it's greedy. So with that being said, I love that ULVL here, sticking to the fundamentals, picking up the carry. That's a good decision, especially against the Hylos. This might actually be game here right now. I gotta make that prediction already.
All right, I'll start this. What's your prediction very quickly? No explanations.
Raining 2-0s, bro. It's gotta be ULVL all the way right now.
Alright, ULVL, I think this is unanimous as I will go with ULVL as well in this game. But let's see how the casters think as we pass it on to Seiya and Rockheart.
Thank you so much to our panelists, Des, and we are back here on the caster table. I'm Rockheart, and alongside me is Seiya. How are you, Seiya? With this one, are you very confident that ULVL is going to go for 2-0 as well?
To me, yes, I will agree with the panelists earlier because they are sticking to the fundamentals, and in this type of tournament you can't really waste your slots or not really waste, more like you really morely focus on what is really essential, because what I see here on STI is just mainly, I agree with Leo when he says it's mainly greedy, although I get the logic behind that. They are opting for a very lane bully in the early phases of the game, but you have to take note, Bruno and Kimi, even though that Kimi is gonna opt for a pseudo mage, the fact that resources are really needed for both these marksmen is something that would initially clash. So I will be going for the side of ULVL. How about you?
I think so too. I liked the first part of the draft where they were, you know what, this is good. We have pretty good front line and we have a Bruno to boot. But then I saw, wow, STI really confident putting a Kimmy alongside a Fams that also needs a lot of farm, you know? So we're gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna impact this game as we go into game 2 here, STI versus ULVL. And gotta say, looking really good here so far for STI. That's a pretty good composition if you want to go for an invade.
Yes, and speaking, they may not have that pickoff, but that was good enough to actually, waste one of the kits that Lolita has, and one of which is the spells that she have right now. And this is also a good shot for STI to really go for some damage. But looky here, it looks like the tables might be getting turned out. But this is still too early to have that deciding factor. I think both of the teams are just really harassing and poking each other to and fro, and will eventually, go back to farming.
That's right. I feel like, as you know what, as long as UG does well here on this Kimmy, as long as you can you don't give away kills, you get the items that you need, you actually will be super strong. They have a strong mid to late game spike, which they should really take advantage of. But ULVL, they can get the kills like this with a super beefed up Chu once more with a Lolita, and this time Rafaela as well. This is a super mobile composition that can protect against UG when you need it to.
And aside from the fact that they have this very fundamental setup, their transitions, again, really applying pressure onto Nixu right here. And that was a beautiful 3-1 in favor of ULVL. But here on the bottom side, though, looks like they're having a little bit of catch onto their side. Bruno getting at least a kill for himself. But like I said, like what we all say here, it's still too early to decide. They're just really doing it in a very opposite lane. Okay, ULVL getting this top, and I'm pretty sure STI will be having this lower tier as well. But look at that beautiful rocket by Kimmy, so precise.
Yeah, super surprised that actually got in. I was expecting the Lolita to put up a Guardian Bulwark to block that. Apparently it was on cooldown. So far so good here. STI, despite, as Leo said, they're having a greedy draft, somehow they are surviving against ULVL.
Yes, indeed, but up to what extent? Because come the late game, I think, they would be leading into a pinch, because ULVL will get a bit countryr, but looks like Doc maybe the eyes onto the prize, but manages to get that speed buff in a jiffy.
Alright, very, very close by. ULVL, again, trying to see if they can just delay this until Chu feels more confident. And I think they will get that. Time Journey on the mid lane will be procced in. Yuji goes down. Lembot as well cannot survive the amount of just pure raw damage coming from ULVL.
Yes. Yes, that is evident on what happened earlier. And you notice, as this game progresses, we are gonna see ULVL being onto the advantageous stage, come the mid to late game. Because if you notice, as much the composition of STI is really focused on are very squishy, and that is Milos alone is not really compensate this of the overall draft. Unless, of course, this Thomas pulls his way through. But again, resources wise, it's really greedy on their side.
Yeah, super greedy, but so far paying off on the other side here. ULVL once more. Chu on that carry. Another kill for the red side. So far, I feel like slowly but surely, UG's power in this game is starting to fade. Starting to get bullied by the likes of Rafaela, by Chu on the mid lane. They can't even defend.
Yes, indeed, and I love the discipline that the Rafaela really accompanying carry right here, for further support. Will gonna pinch right here, forces to use the ult, but will carry go for it? No, I don't think so, because they don't have it to support them, and you don't really want to get your HP decrease on a tower, especially with that kind of risky play. So it was a good decision for ULVL to just, let's take this a bit of slow. But on the top side, Thom was really being stealthy right here. Up to what extent?
Yeah, getting hunted down by Escanor on the top side. Again, STI, maybe they wanted to get a gold from that tower since they already sacrificed bottom, but looks like that's not going to be happening on Escanor's watch. Top lane being still held by that singular member of ULVL until the cavalry arrives here, tries to go for the kills. Nixu will be able to get out of the way as Dogman just barricades the rest of top lane. But can he make it out on his own? We'll have to find out. Glorious Pathway down will allow that move speed boost, and off to safety they go.
Oh! Yes, indeed. Looks like a happening onto the bot side. Gets a kill on his own, but the carry version that he gets on his side. And this is looking decidable in terms of map control. And again, the transition from the top to the turtle, the objectives, it's really like a common strategy that every time you get a pick, you get a kill, you get a pick off to the turtle side you go. And you really steal a lot of resources against STI's turf so that, you can really block away that initial gold take for them.
Yeah, and for ULVL, that's super important since they have the carry to rely on. And if you can get that turtle buff onto the carry, it just makes your win condition achievable in a very shorter amount of time. So bottom lane will be sieged on here by the rest of ULVL. 4-man strong, no one can actually defend. Flicker in by Dogman, goes for the Glorious Pathway, just goes for the clear, will be able to save that tower, at least for now.
Yes, a lot of various kits were heavily used and invested into that attempt onto the bottom side, but no casualties whatsoever. But this is a good space or laning for ULVL to really go and take towers one at a time. As well, the overall composition come 7 minutes is very squishy, hence the reason why they're having this sort of double or sets into actually engaging into that attempt fight. The thing about ULVL's composition right now, other than elemental, is you already feel the tankiness of the Jawhead and the Uranus. And speaking, it looks like Secret here, harassing and shoving away Thumbs to the top just for Jawhead to get some space is something that, really well made and really well communicated.
Yeah, and the hits of Yuji on the Kimi, the hits of Kripsu on that Bruno, they're just falling off the shields of the front line here. That makes ULVL able to execute the plays so easily. And right now, they're just so confident that they can pull off sieges like this one. So, without any minions though, STI will be able to defend. Question is, again, you mentioned this earlier, how long can they keep this up?
Yes, because now the SCI is in a they have resources. And speaking of this, looks like this will be an attempt to go for a tower dive, but again, minions are out. So ULVL can really be patient on this one. And STI doing really what they can to go and stand and defend here. But like what I mentioned earlier, the limited resources are being witnessed. They only have the incoming minions as their source of money. But here, ULVL really, abusing, again, this map domination, because the important thing here is don't have to be really fast in terms of getting the pickoffs, going for that dives. All they just to garner everything that they can so that when it's to that game, it goes on to their favor, and ULVL is doing well.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Bottom lane, almost 9,000 gold lead, and it's very obvious that they have such a huge gold lead right now, because Secret on the Uranus just tanking everything while the rest of the team goes to take an objective like the Lord. So at this point, that 2-0 is starting to smell like a really close reality here. What can STI do to get out of it?
Again, for STI's scenario, they're limited in terms going outside our form, because they have to target one of sheer heroes of you level, and that is number 1, the carry or the Rafaela. But there's a mental draft. Uranus and Escanor are onto the front lines, and we are now seeing it here, Cart. I bet there's gonna be a fight anytime soon.
Oh, that's gonna be it. The Lord goes down soon, but you gotta commend STI. The wave clear with the help of Kimmy, with the help of the Digibombs. It is real. Having such a hard time, but don't forget, big minions on the bot lane and top lane. Bottom lane will be experiencing a fight. That tower not long for this world as well. And Escanor gonna be left alone, zoning everyone from STI. Will be able to still live despite all the damage that he just absorbed.
Yeah, this is a very tanky play done by ULVL. Like what I said earlier, for STI Gold and Soft, they have to go and get one of the squishier ones, which is Rafaela and Carry. But them being protected is what's keeping them from this miracle play. Now, going into the middle side, looks like the turret will be destroyed. Time journeys, but again, no one will be taken by the ult of Goleta. But again, this is a good opportunity for to take the base. But look, it's a good job for STI so far, defending with all their might. But the output is real. Look at that power from Carry. Goes for double kill. Will he goes for triple though? Yes, indeed. It looks like this is the conclusion round card. Because ladies and gents, a beautiful 2-0 sweep by ULVL.
There you go, the maniac that was stolen earlier being reclaimed by Chu there in the end, as ULVL end this match with a 2-0 victory. And again, you gotta say, I'm very, very impressed by the drafting. This time around, no need to rely on that Moneyball Claude just to be able to get a victory. It does pretty much the same effect, even with a carry as a substitute. So I like it. And at the same time, the predictions did come true for STI. This draft really just needed one super farmer. I think if you split off the goal between a Kimmy and the Bruno against a team that was already taking all the resources around the map, you're basically cutting half the resources into another half. So you get like 1/4, 20% more. Yeah. So because of that, the hits of the Bruno, the hits of the Kimmy were just so weak.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, as far as prediction, we're saying we're getting a lot of 2-0s right now. But, you know, let's see what our panelists think. Again, we are your casters. My name is Saya, and with me is Rockhart. Wolf, take it away.
Thank you, Saya and Rockhart. And, yeah, that was, that's not even mind-blowing. That's like telegraph. That's like predicted. Well, we're not saying that the lineup of STI did not have a chance to win. It's, at least for me, the win condition is just way too hard for them to accomplish. They need to have a good game for the Kim and Digi. They need a good game for the Bruno, and this carry had a free game because the lineup looks really good for the opposing lineup. I mean, really looks good for him. Now, Osiris and Leo, you voted for ULVL. Is this the result that you were expecting at all?
Yeah, I think it's all in the game. We've seen greatly agree on to how greedy the lineup is. I was expecting that the power of Kimmy plus Bruno might go for a sieging potential, like they're going to take the towers. But then with the Rafaela doing all the work with the rotations, Uranus with the tankiness is just disrupting all the fight. I guess this is really how ULVL works against STI, who's really questionable right now.
Yeah, I like how ULVL here, they really stayed the course. They were on the red side, they were drafting second, which gave them the chance to really just decide that we are going to play the way we did in game 1 with room to adjust, and that exactly is what that position gives you. And again, Chu here as our MVP who did double digits in game 1, again hitting double digits for his kills in game 2, but just the same, I literally think you copy-pasted game 1 and 2. Unseen is untouched. No deaths on that Rafaela.
I like that you pointed that out, because that is a looming problem probably for STI. They are looking so... They're tunneling vision onto the carry, which is not really their fault. But with them focusing on this carry so much, focusing on Chu so much, they forgot that they need to deal with the Rafaela first. And this Rafaela just hammered through the competition, the lineup. I mean, there's this argument between Hylos versus Rafaela that Hylos is good generally, but when Rafaela is there, maybe the speed boost might be enough to run away from the glorious pathway, or at least in terms of like the up speed or the online time for the Rafaela, that he enables the carry to farm from one place to another because of the speed boost and because of the heals. That's also another point of discussion. So yeah, I think that specifically for Rafaela, this was a good game, at least for ULVL. Then again, guys, you're still watching MPL Season 5, of course, brought to us by Smart. And together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting DONATE to 3456. That's DONATE to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd until July 16th, 2020. Cyrus and Leo, just very quickly, how hyped are you about our next match? It's interesting. It's, I believe, Sunsparks versus Blacklist. The wild, the wild cards of the tournament, of course. By the way, MPL Season 5, I'm sorry, that's also brought to us by Realme smartphones, our headset partner, official headset partner, Logitech G, and organized by Moon Ton. Yeah, Osiris, what should we expect? Sunsparks versus Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, save the best for last, and this might be, of course, our first 2-1 of the day. Both teams are really promising, and let's see if the Sparks is going to break the code.
Honestly, I thought this would be the first 2-1 of the game, because these two guys are in the bottom half and they're just clawing at each other. You know, it's a fight. But this ended up more like a beatdown. But for game 3, series 3, last one of the evening, you're right, Osiris. I agree. Last games, best games. Looking forward to the defending champions try and show us this newly rebranded team that is Blacklist International. Who's boss, all right? Who is capable of Game 4 arrival plays that makes a whole city erupt, all right? I'm just so excited. Sunsparks, these are my boys right after Bren, so I'm just looking forward to it. Can't wait.
It's light versus dark. It's gonna be Sunsparks. Will they shine bright, or will Blacklist take over with the darkness? We will find out after this. Don't go away, because MPL Season 5 will be back.
served in the war.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Grandpapa had a metal plate from his time served in the war. When it came to taking medicine, the man was non-compliant. He tell me, hey, what would you say? If I could build a little vessel that could take us to another time and place.
Realme C3, triple camera, gaming monster. Realme smartphone.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
Data doesn't
7,
seem right. Check pressure. It can't be
5,
stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on, party on!
That hurts. Where am I? Stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Popol and Koopa began under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Popol shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellas didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! Huh? You saved me? I think I just found myself a new friend. Popol and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Time. Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got two shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm a real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Party on, game on, game on. Party on.
There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight.
Game on, party on.
Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, we are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine, danger comes. I won't hide, legends won't fade away tonight.
Party on, game on, game on, game on, party on.
This is how we be topping our session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm a real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Game on, party on. Party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree. Godlike. Legendary. Double kill.
It's good to see you.
Legendary. Your team destroyed a legendary. Executor. Legendary. Legendary. Ally has been mega kill. Double kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on, party on!
Experience the youth suffering.
Legendary. Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac. Legendary. Double kill.
Greatest.
Legendary.
Woof! Here we are, back in action for MPL Season 5. The regular season resumes online, and with me is Osiris and Leo here at the panel. And now, of course, one of the most anticipated matches for today, to say the least. It's gonna be Blacklist versus Sunsparks. And like we said, is the light gonna shine upon us, or will darkness from Blacklist take over? Osiris and Leo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. We've been expecting so much for these past two games, like a 2-1s or a closer match. But surprisingly, even though we're having the breaks, the spaces in between, not a hectic of a schedule, it seems like it's not entirely different. Like, the dominating teams are still there. They are still at the top or the upper echelon, and the teams struggling are still indeed struggling. So, although except of course with the ULVL, that's a different story because they fought against STI, who's really struggling as well. So it's a bit of a redemption, but baby steps is what Leo told us.
Yeah, it's been a fast day, to be honest. Coming from where I'm sitting, yeah, it feels like it's been a quick day. I mean, there haven't been any difficult or like hard to call matches. Maybe save for game 1 of series 1. But with that being said, I think the MPL is just giving us our due right here. That's from Sunsparks and Blacklist. So I'm just getting ready for myself. I'm ready for a marathon.
Yeah, a marathon it will be, at least for our next match, which is gonna be so hyped for sure. And you're still watching MPL Season 5. This is again brought to us by Smart. And you know what? Together with PLET Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting DONATE to 3456. That's DONATE to 3456, as donation is open from April 22nd until July 16th, 2020. Of course, this is also sponsored by Realme Smartphones and our official headset partner Logitech G, and organized by Moon Dawn. Osiris and Leo, the die has been cast. The curtains have been opened. It's gonna be Blacklist versus Sunsparks. So far, let's look at the teams not yet on the meta. Let's look at the teams first, right? Blacklist, a team that came from the ashes of what was once called the EVO's eSports in the Philippines, and added a lot of new talent, which are actually really shining right now. I think that they're potentially the rookies of the season, at least from my perspective, and they're going to be facing up against Sunsparks. Let's talk about Blacklist first. Osiris and Leo, what do you think about the team, and can you describe the team in a few sentences and what we can expect from them?
From Blacklist, I guess one word to describe them is explosive. That's one big thing with them because, of course, being the new kids on the block, you can really expect them having the jitters, having those puberty stage. They are all in. Everyone's functioning. This is not a one-man carry or a one-man rookie. Everyone's really a very promising rookies right now.
I like how Wolf and Osiris kind of called Blacklist international rookies or new kids on the block, but I'd like to redefine that. I'd like to call them the newest of the veterans, right? They're the newest of the veterans. It's not their first rodeo, but just the same, they have new elements, a whole new team, a whole new facility and brand behind them. So with that being said, I think it's been doing them better than anything else. And with that being said, going up against the returning champions, Blacklist International here, they went against Bren, lost. Let's see how they're going to fare against the the brand's once younger brothers. So this should be an interesting matchup. And yeah, like that's true, right? From season 3. That's what they were doing.
It is.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to this one. It's gonna be a brawl. I don't want to call it a marathon anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a brawl.
All right. You know what? Let's actually look at the lineup of Blacklist, since they have included. I'm looking at the lineup right now, and when I look at it, wait, only Honda Beast is like technically the veteran here. Killer is formerly known as Archie. Riddler is a new addition to the squad. You have Edward, another young electric kid. I think he's about 14 or 15 years old. Or correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere along those lines. And then you have Aqua as well, a guy we haven't heard from the professional scene, has been making a lot of noise outside of the MPL. And what really surprised me is that they have gelled well. What do you think is the reason on how they were able to gel so well? Yeah, Leo.
Don't forget Coach Bon. Bonchan. I think that's the glue. Right? I mean, he's been with Evos for the longest time before, right? So I think that's one of the reasons why they're gelling so well.
And I believe also that we got that kind of rookie vibes because this guy living under the shadows of those veterans is really already at. And while Blacklist are just having the moments, this is their break. This is their what do you call it? The spotlight is at their hands right now, being onto the top 5 and being looked as well as one of the contenders for the champion of S5.
Is there any standout player that you would like to mention? Because at least for me, I know that Killer, Edward, and Aqua, they're playing so well. But Honda Beast choosing to be on the reserve side, and as well as Dexter, I'm actually surprised that Blacklist opted to not go with their supporting duo before. Like Dexter and Honda Beast used to be the main men for the support duo of Blacklist as an organization, and then they kind of swap in and out. It's sometimes Honda Beast in there, it's sometimes Dexter in there. So it kind of, I'm actually sorry that they are kind of stepping back. But for you guys, is there any standout player that you want to talk about when it comes to Blacklist? Before that, though, I think we have to recognize this because the RE party, 515 E party, is still in full swing. The official music video for the 515 E party, I'm sure that these guys have checked it out. Make sure to join in on the fun and check it out with us. Yeah, Osiris and Leo, for me it was Honda Beast and Dexter, but for you, who are the standout players for Blacklist International?
Your team is banning.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start this with, of course, Aqua. Yeah, Aqua, he's one of those we're seeing his name from a different team, and now he's on the Blacklist. On his previous team, he's been joining a series of tournaments. He's really one of those consistent players, and at the same time, he really brought so much of those pressure or aggression as a young blood here at the Blacklist International. So most notable, I think Aquaman is one player to check with.
Yeah, I agree. Aqua, and I like Edward. Edward is so reliable, and Blacklist International, they did not make a mistake of putting him up there. I mean, you could always just rely on Killer. Like, you could have gone into the season just going hard or really putting so much pressure, expecting your veterans to perform. But yeah, I like how they spread it out. Aqua, and for me personally, Edward, this is going to be a key for this difficult matchup. I'm sure Sunsparks is going to be quite the enemy, the opponent for them. So yeah, I want to see what Edward brings here in this game.
Your team is
Sunsparks picking up the Natalia. If you look back a few days before the few weeks, Blacklist International is very strong with this Natalia, knowing that I think it is Edward who plays it, and he plays it so well. Sunsparks However, they still have Greed, the pioneer of the support Natalia. Greed used this in tournaments before the MPL Season 5 to great effect. But Blacklist International going for the big guns already. It's Claude and Esmeralda. Osiris, what does this tell us? Why did Blacklist opted to go for their cores instead of a support as their first few picks?
Of course, Blacklist International really wanted to go for, having the Claude is a big thing right now. Once again, going back again and again, it's Moneyball. It's all about those gold that's being channeled inside Claude. So having the Esmeralda, you got those shields. It helps. It's one of those safe picks into the mid lane, and it can sustain the lane. It can go aggressive, it can go defensive, which is really that they wanted to bait out something from Sunsparks, and that's the time that they're going to react with a high loss, or it depends on what will be the tank that they're going to back it up with those solid scores.
The way I'm seeing this draft play out here is it's opposite. They're polar opposites. Sunsparks here, they're deciding to back end the Moneyball strategy. They're going to build the foundation. Henceforth, we're seeing Mr. Jedrick Greed Baloy's Natalia, the pioneer Natalia, start off, right? You want to cover your bases and make sure you can keep eyes on the opponent's client, that is the Claude. On the other hand, though, that's Blacklist already locking in the Claude, their first two picks alongside the Esmeralda. Sunsparks here, they have their options. They can wait for Blacklist to show their cards, given that they are going to pick first after the second phase, and then they can invest in their carry of choice. So with that being said, carry might be a good pickup, as well, maybe even Bruno. Those are some two good picks for Sunsparks. I doubt we'll see Granger.
Yeah, because Granger right now is really falling off, and at the same time, I really would love the tanks right now. They're showing a lot of potentials at our patch, and we don't see any Atlas ban. It's either you're going to use it or you're going to ban it. So I'm waiting for that one. Even a new, like we've seen Angela, we've seen Faramis. Is there something new for the Blacklist guys? Because they're running new kinds of heroes again and again.
Sunsparks, considering the Kimi, the last time they did Natalia, I think I can fairly remember them doing Kimi Diggy with Natalia. If it wasn't MPL, I think it probably was another tournament outside.
There it is.
What really amazes me with this is that it's really squishy, but at the same time, it's so fast in terms of tempo and in terms of map traverse. Actually, you'll be surprised. There's a scouting Natalia, and all of a sudden, there's a Diggy Kimi running at you. And there's a little bit of good mechanic, by the way. I think that sometimes they control the Claude when it BMIs in, and there's a Diggy with a reverse time. I think I have to test it out, but it might work like that.
Farsa.
Now, Blacklist International like this. They close it up with a Farsa. They want to match the damage output of Sunsparks and take advantage of how squishy they are. Look at the burst potential from Blacklist International along the Esmeralda, the Farsa, the Claude. It might be able to finish up the squishy members of Team Sunsparks. But Osiris and Leo, I want to ask you, what are your predictions on this game? Who do you think is going to win it and how?
Yeah, I think both of their drafts is really good. This will be a matter of execution and a battle of less mistakes. So I'll go with Blacklist International. I like the zoning factor coming in from Farsa. It gives a lot of time for the Claude to think if he's going for the backline blazing duet or just going to peel for himself. BMIs go for a very good position. So there's so many things that may happen, but all in all, I'll go for Blacklist for now.
I see. It's true that Blacklist's lineup is a little closer or cleaner when it comes down to the money ball. There's a lot of distraction that the other team could have to deal with besides the Claude. But I, on the other hand, would like to go for Sunsparks. I like that their lineup is so tunnel vision. It's so specifically catered to making the Kimmy work, making sure that the sum of their parts are worth more than it is in weight. So with that being said, I'm giving game 1 to Sunsparks.
Yeah, I think for me, in my case, very quickly, I want it to win. I like this kind of gambits for teams, and I want this to be successful. So I will go for Sunsparks as well. Let's see, however, what our casters think. It's going to be Seiya and Rockhart once again at the casters desk, and I do hope we enjoy the match with them.
Thank you so much, Wolf and the gang. We are back here for Game 3. Of course, it is going to be Sunsparks versus Blacklist International. I'm Rockhart, and alongside me is Seiya. How are you, Seiya? What do you think about this game?
This is a very interesting pick for both sides of the team because they really took the drafting in a very interesting mix. Because I get it where Sunsparks is coming from, because they have this early potential lane bully. And they also have the Natalia for additional stealth show with overall, really backing up to what's ever necessary. And finally, the Thams with a little bit of, extra damage potential and, of course, the tankiness at hand. But, you have to take into consideration as well that Blacklist here really stuck with the fundamentals, and it kind of complements each and everyone's skill. But again, here onto the early phases of the game, Kilowatt will be free-hitted by this Claude at a very fast pace, and this is a good reflex onto the other members of Blacklist simply because they were able to aid him.
What an uncharacteristic blunder there, coming from Kiluash's FAMs, which usually doesn't really die early on because of, again, mobility. But somehow, again, looking really good here. Blacklist International found that small opening and was able to punish an overextension here by Sunsparks. So that brings the goal total a little bit in the favor of Blacklist International side. And every other lane was affected very heavily by this. So, how impactful is that early game blunder gonna be? Will Sunsparks be able to shake it off, basically? We'll have to wait.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And of course, going back into, to really compensate for what Sunsparks has lost, they decided to really go all out and just really prioritize this tower take onto the bottom side. But you know what? Blacklist being all reflexive and really alert onto the dangers alert, they will be here. They are trying to free hit. But look at Kimmy. It's off the back. But unfortunately, Thumbs again for another kill right there, but Natalia onto the back and goes stealthily and kills the Claude in the long run, and the Joe is not gonna get any just because Sunsparks is just taking the lead. So this is a pretty interesting all throughout because this is a domino effect,
Yeah, check out Sunsparks, pedal to the metal there, able to really capitalize on that tower takedown, so no tower to block off your exit, gave everyone such a big confidence boost to go for another tower dive. Again, alongside JP's Cho, a great enabler in that engagement. Again, Reflection going to go down really quickly there, a little bit of uncharacteristic mistake. I think Sunsparks might have been a little lax there on the defense. Again, it's not that big of a deal. Sunsparks are pretty much on even, which is making Greed and KLVJ super effective on the Kimmy and the Natalia.
Yes, I'm kind of, really scared for Farsa's, capacity to get that power spike and really erase the rough breacher on the board. But again, going back right here, the movement is all through. Talia here stealthy and getting some pickups to and fro when no one's watching, and this is something that you have to take into account. I mean, despite the fact that have tanky heroes into play, you really have to commend Greed right here. You know, just picking off very patiently, one by one, their backs. And thing is, Blacklist here is, you know, not too far off by really take off from us. And the best thing that we, you know, just really gather all those resources that can be as much as possible before any dominance in terms of map control happens.
Yeah, because if we're talking about resources, this is a lot better compared to earlier where the Kimmy had to really dive alongside a Bruno for resources. Kimmy, the KLVJ, is getting a majority of the goal around the map. Again, with Greed this time on, I semi-support Natalia, because as we all know, you know, Natalia did get reworked a lot compared to before where it was only support. Now look at it. It's getting the kills, and it's getting the damage that's needed to really get the Sunsparks composition moving.
Yes, indeed. And although Claude here is alone onto the bottom side, JP will be, you know, reacting to whatever Claude is trying to pull right here. Okay, there is the flicker. And Riddler is in a bit of a half health right now. Let's see if the Cho will be going. But the Kimmy is on to the rescues, and he's trying his very best to really evade everything. But you know what? Let's just accept the fact that I'm cornered, so we have to give the skill to them. And going back here, transitioning from the bottom side onto the mid, it looks like this time Sunsparks is in a little bit of an allowance to just really go for some extra resources on the turf of Blacklist.
Yeah, you can really tell how well the Sunsparks composition is doing in terms of synergizing. JP working well with the Cho, allowing KLVJ and Kiluash great leeway here. Going for a very easy snipe there. I like the way that they moved and picked off and then went back into the back line to go for the tower. JP got a pick off, huge pick off on the Riddler, able to BMI on out there, but picked up by Green on the back foot. Wow, what a play! Sunsparks, they're getting all the gold in the map and not leaving anything to Blacklist.
I love how really alert the Natalia is, you know, really aware that Claude could go back anytime. Just really took advantage of that and goes for the kill. But going back here, looks like Farsa is not going to be far off in terms of a damage potential. Falling Star is going to be used. Greed is in the brink of health and will be shutting down the Natalia, but up to what cost? KLVJ here doing a good job in shoving away the members of Blacklist in time for his members to be, you know, going back to safety.
Oof, look at that missile. Really making the rocket damage really high because of, again, great itemization. I gotta say, Aqua and Dexstar did a good job with the follow-up onto the jungle side, enabling a good defense and basically giving Blacklist some breathing room. But I hope they can keep this up longer because from the looks of it, this Kimmy is ready to just really put the damage onto the Blacklist International members. He's just looking for that perfect opportunity, that perfect positioning, and he's just ready to go. Look at this.
Okay, indeed. So far, Dexstar is the one taking all of the hits that Kimmy is actually throwing against him. But you have, you know, even though was the little leeway on the breather, for the side of Blacklist International, they don't really have that much of a space because they can't really waste any more pickoffs, because from what the momentum Sunsparks is throwing at them right now, it's just really dominating.
Yeah, the dominance is showing on all sides of the map. Even Kalua should have put a bit of a rocky start on the FAMs, is now very confidently just pushing on the top side with the rest of the team, with Greed, with JP, looking for people to pick off. And now it might be a bit of a messy scruffle here around the jungle. They're defending, and the kill goes over to the mid lane. Riddler very close to death, but able to defend against Greed.
Yes, that is a good job in actually picking off the Natalia. So technically, we're showing some of damage output here for the Claude. But you have to take note as well that Sunsparks still has that item, and well, this is not Blacklist anytime soon.
Yeah, Blacklist really, they can go down anytime, and KLVJ just has to make sure that he is alive alongside Raflesia, of course, very great at supporting KLVJ. These two have been together for quite a long time, and the synergy, you can already tell, it's there, it's showing. And Kiluash meshing well with the rest of Sunsparks, being one of the newer members alongside Greed. They're not showing that they're behind right now. They look like they're showing like they're catching up with the synergy, and they're looking like a really strong team against Blacklist.
Indeed, and I like it how dispersed the members of Sunsparks are, basically because they have the map control and they get to call the shots in whichever they would go for a potential pickoff. But then again, going Blacklist has the option right now to really go and defend, since the wave of minions is the most resources that they could get as much as possible right now. But if they are able to really fish out the squishier members of Sunsparks, this could be a potential comeback. But then again, like what we've been seeing here, Kimmy really optimizing those resource takings and just giving some space while the other members, you know, just really stand by for that potential pickoff is, you know, something you have to really consider here, because in terms of, you know, picking up the pace, it is on, you know, really siding with Sunsparks right now.
Yeah, and they're really abusing that 7,000 goal lead that they have with the Kimmy, although the only thing they're doing right now is keeping Blacklist International in the base. So far, they're not getting as much kills as they want. The kill score is not that big of a deal, but the gold is just massive. And the pressure is on the Blacklist to make something happen, or else they'll just keep falling lower and lower and lower in terms of gold.
Yes, indeed. And there was supposed to be an initial fight happening onto the top side. But you know what? I think Kimmy and the others would really focus onto this Lord take, which is done successfully by Sunsparks. And now, you know, it's really transitioned on to another potential pickoff. This is good discipline. This is good shot calling on the side of Sunsparks. Okay, Ray of the Dragon is going to be used to kick away. The Immortality is going to be procs anytime. But Kimmy with that free hit will be by Natalia, but you know what? Is not gonna stop Sunsparks and goes for another killing spree right here. Ladies and gents, Farsa trying as much as he can to really shove away the members of Sunsparks.
Yeah, look at that Kimmy rocket, almost like a nuke. At the same time, Greed trying to get some kills, trying to get a tower take on the top lane, enables Sunsparks full control of the map. Lord is now walking up on the mid lane. JP looking for a target. The kick is going in. The force got caught. That's a kill on the JP. Riddler on the back foot will take off JP, but that damage has been done. Mid laner is now down. A big blazing duet from Riddler will be able to wipe out the minions. Slows down the push, but it's not done just yet.
And of course, we are seeing right here Sunsparks doing a pretty swell job flying to, you know, the overall this and he's making a pressure look like it there as he takes advantage of that tower dive. Going back time buff to nullify any debuffs right there, and the flicker just on inside hit by the towers as well. So this is going to be in a pinchy situation for Blacklist International. Just looking at this, the discipline and the patience of the members of Suns. If you notice, they are really coordinated in a timely manner.
Yeah, and if you also notice, the gold lead is at 12,000 right now, and most of that is on that Kimmy. So you gotta imagine how powerful this Kimmy is right now.
Yeah, imagine the damage of this effect marksman. And this is usually if you really have that lane bully potential really coming into play, and Sunsparks is doing a good job demonstrating that. And you have to consider as well for the side of Blacklist that if ever so they manage to capture this Kimmy and pick it off alongside with other squishier heroes, this can be an epic comeback for them. But the question is, will Sunsparks let that happen, considering the fact that these two are well-rounded and protected?
Yeah, because it's hard, right? down, at least that's gonna be easy for
And
Blacklist. 4v5 should
Yeah.
make it easier for them. Oh, look at that.
Indeed, but you know what? Okay, that was a bit of risk for Greed right there. But you know what? He managed to push that tower safely, and all the more exposes the base of Blacklist International. So I think for Sunsparks, they just really have to be a bit of patient in terms of getting a potential team fight, because you really can't neglect the damage that both the Farsa and the Claude is giving, alongside with Esmeralda's support on that Falling Star move.
Yeah, if I was on the ranked game, I would say this is a sure win. Come on, guys. Let's just try to finish this, right? I think that's the call right now for Sunsparks. But again, really good discipline. I hope it doesn't backfire, though, because they are slowing down the pace a little bit. Fams, though, absorbing a lot of damage. On the backline, Greed! Able to pick off the Farsa! Oh my god, that is huge! That's a lot of damage being removed from Blacklist! And the Claude goes down!
Journey by Diggy, you know, really nullifying the debuffs of Blacklist International. This is gonna be it. It looks like they're gonna go for that conclusion. And congratulations to Sunsparks for that game victory. Man.
Greed! What a great play on the end there. Able to remove basically one of the only people that was keeping that game at least uneven. The defense was almost being handled completely by the Farsa, and Greed, being that sneaky Natalia, able to go to the back line, take out Edward, and basically give the game to Sunsparks. So very well played. I like the balanced composition that they ran. This is very promising for the Sunsparks here.
Yes, and overall, the potential of the Cho and the Thumbs really complemented with the overall draft of Sunsparks. But you know what? More of these analyzations. Come on, panelists. Let me see what you think.
Well, in here, say I think Leo is happy of his 100% prediction so far. And, well, thank you so much again, Say Rock Hard, for the amazing cast up. Good job. Osiris and Leo, I think that there's a lot of, aside from the draft, there's a lot of things to analyze in that game. I think that this game went technical. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but for me, from the panelist desk, when I was watching it, it became technical. All right, two things. First, the early game is totally different, right? It was in favor of Blacklist during the first 3 minutes in terms of economy, and then on the side of Sunsparks, it was different, because what they did was to invest on Mr. Shah for the Diggy. I don't know if you noticed this, but we were chatting about this. But look at the early game economy for the teams, and look at the emblems as well. Raflesha donning the Mr. Shop instead of the usual support emblem for the Diggy, and it helped him get to items fast. So actually, I took a screenshot and I found out that when Diggy was only at 700 gold, he also already has the same items as the Hylos, as when the Hylos needed 880 gold. And I think that's also important. But yeah, apart from the technicalities of Cyrus and Leo, what did you see in that game on how Sunsparks won the match?
Yeah, I'll go with the explanation first, because I voted for Blacklist International. Yes, it was a well-rounded team comp, but then it was the methodical way of Sunsparks on taking the game. They're just taking towers at the early game, investing on the money ball, but whenever that they're going to take the tower, it was then that Blacklist International being cut off at the escape route. I'm not sure why they're overstaying, and of course KLVJ with that Kimmy showing a lot of those push kills, and then there's so many there's a mistake also from the side of Blacklist International, that they are so desperate that they're going to die just for a tower, so they're losing a lot compared to they're gaining instead of the Claude farming. He got the dead timers. And one big thing is that they're choosing their fight. With the power of the Natalia, they're just scouting around. If they know that they're not in a good position, they're just gonna poke it, and then you're just gonna back out. But then if they know that the isolation is really good, that's the time they're going to smash.
I like it. How about you, Leo? What do you think?
Yep. Yeah, building off of that, yeah, Natalia really is a tool that, just like Claude, is irreplaceable. No other hero in Mobile Legends has that ability and can spot out a Natalia. So if Greed wanted to get out, if Mr. Baloy wanted out, he could just say, "I'm out," and it's over. So with that being said, it's one thing, you know, to look at the technicality and to build upon that first point, Wolf, that Mystery Shaking, it's debut or re-debut, but it was on the Diggy, it was on Raflesia, and it was on the King, it was on KLVJ, was on the Kimmy, and again, they're showing us here Sunsparks, the mad mind of the coach of Sunsparks Arcadia, or the mad mind of Greed, Mr. Baloy. he's going crazy here. It's a different take on Moneyball. It's essentially not going for the numbers specifically, but going for the product of the money, the items. Yeah. So with that being said, Mystery Shop, 10%. Mystery Shop, 10% off of your every single purchase. That's ridiculous. That's gonna add up. So instead of just trying to go for the money gain, you go for the product gain. And
the discounted. The discounts.
Despite the specificity or the, how do we say, the specialty of the lineup, of the output, compared to the damage potential of the opponent, Sunsparks here really showed us that there's a different take. There's a different take on this meta.
I'm sure there's a lot of math in there, including because you don't just look at the economy right off the bat. Just don't look at the gold graph and say that, oh, this team is leading. But if you look at the emblems, this team is actually at par with their opponents, even more because of the emblems that we're seeing. I think I want to go back to the Natalia, however. That I will put an exclamation point on how Sunsparks utilizes this Natalia. I love that Sunsparks use the Natalia against Blacklist because they are proving we are the first ones to actually employ this and win with this strategy, and we're gonna show you how it's done. There's one thing that I would like to point out is the usage of Natalia is just way too good. The way they put it with the Cho, you see, there was one time where the Cho was able to catch where the Natalia, where the Claude was, and there's BMI already set up. And when Claude went back to the BMI, there's Natalia waiting for him there. So this actually really what. Who can pull that off? Who else can pull that off, man?
Mr. Baloy. Mr. Baloy can pull that off.
Mr. Baloy only.
Even on the bot side, he tried to escape, but then that was a flicker into double BMIs again and again. They cut off the escape route, and then that was the Cho onto the back. When he got back, you gotta die in the hands of the Cho.
Yeah, that's really separates. I mean, the normal, usual teams from the higher level teams, and Sunsparks, man, they wouldn't be champions if they weren't at a high level of intellect and skill. But then again, we have to move on. Blacklist International will be approaching game number 2 by banning out the Natalia. Don't risk it. Sunsparks has the first pick once again, and let's just straight up ban that hero out. Leo, what's happening here? Why aren't we seeing Kaja prioritized by any of the teams?
Well, Blacklist International, I don't know them to be very specifically Kaja players or Kaja team, even back then in their days as EVOS. But Sunsparks, Sunsparks, they once had Fuzaken, one of the better Kaja players in the game. But now, he's with Onyx PH. Here today, I can only really see maybe Raflesia picking up Kaja. So with that being said, maybe it's again that kind of matchup where in both teams it's not their best, it's not their favorite weapon, it's not their favorite side of the tape. So with that being said, maybe, just maybe, we won't see the flying menace.
How about you, Cyrus? Now that there's a different approach for both teams, particularly Blacklist, do you think Sunsparks will go back to their winning strategy? Like, for example, this Kufra, the championship Kufra.
What
do you think?
Yeah. of course, that's a comfort pick. But then we saw how Sunsparks play a different pool, but the technicalities are there. So right now, I believe that any heroes that they're going to play, as long as they got the good grasp of how well right now the Avarice, the Mystery Shop, those kinds of things are being pulled off right now. Sunspark is the team who got the better understanding of what's happening right now. So in terms of hero pool, I think they might go for their comfort picks, or there's something that they might try and opt for the technicalities once again.
Now, we're gonna look at the development of the draft. It's gonna be Jawhead and Esmeralda for Blacklist International. Alright, I'm gonna look back. Alright, so they did pick up Esmeralda previously. And also, I would like to point your eyes into the names of the players who are playing right now. I think Dexstar is no longer sits out game 2, and it's gonna be Honda Beast in. Does this mean that we're gonna see the Grok picked up? Are we gonna see something like Hylos, Atlas, or Akai picked from Blacklist International? We'll see. How about you, Leo? What do you think about this change from Blacklist International?
You're right. Second phase here, we're going into the ban and then the picks. Blacklist has a strong claim onto the Grok, so that might be coming up unless they ban it themselves. Sunsparks, I don't see them picking up a Grok anymore, so it's not high contention. But what I can say about Sunsparks, what I like about them is they're keeping their draft close to their chest. They don't want to invest in the cores if they don't need to, and this gives them a lot of space and room to counter and to help dictate the pace of the draft, even being in the blue side. You know what I mean? Because when you're in the red, that's when you can really counter, that's when you can really read into your opponents. But Sunsparks, the way they're doing it is, we want to still set the pace, and we want to be the ones who have the final say, despite leaving the last pick to you.
Your team is
gonna be picked by the Blacklist International squad along with the Ling. I think Blacklist International also, they play a very good Ling. I think it's Aqua who plays it, or a big killer actually. Sunsparks, their answer, they're considering the Granger, but I advise against this.
Remember, this a Ling and Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's a Ling and
Even
Esmeralda. I'd rather have something like a carry or maybe a Claude is bad, but yeah, they'll set up with a carry. Cyrus, any thoughts on the closing picks for Sunsparks, and how can Blacklist International answer this from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going for an Angela, I'm not sure if it might work, because you know how well Sunsparks is controlling all across the map. I think Grok is really good because of the early game, or they might go for a defensive Lolita, which is good as well. Anything right now, as long as it's tanky, as long as it can go with the Jawhead to do wonders. But I'm guessing that this might be also just a damage for the Ling. Remember, Ling has been nerfed onto the early game, and Sunsparks, with the showing on game 1, they are excelling onto the early game. So Blacklist might go for a sustain on the early phases, but then Sunsparks, with the technicalities or with their draft right now, I think they're going to handle this game.
That being said, I just want to want you to clear out what your predictions are. Osiris and Leo, who do you think is gonna win? And very quickly, how are they gonna win it?
Yeah, I'll go with Sunsparks this time, because I've seen that with the understanding of what's happening around, and also the bold decision making that they've been doing. You have the Kufra. I mean, most of the lineups right now from Sunsparks, this is one of their comfort picks. This is the championship Kufra. So I believe that they can control the early game, which can transition into finishing the game as early.
Yes, but but the lineup on Blacklist seems to really specifically hunt for the carry or for the Farsa. There's very little to stop the Cho, the Johead, and the Ling. Yeah, so with that being said, I'm scared. Sunsparks here might actually see themselves in trouble, but I'm risking my 100% here. I'm saying Sunsparks still.
Alright. Should be a unanimous decision, as I think Sunsparks draft is much easier, or at least the win conditions are more widely spread as compared to the Blacklist.
Yeah.
But now, let's pass it on to our casters. It's Seiya and Rockhart back at it once again.
Thank you very much there, Wolf, and the rest of the panel. I'm Rockhart, alongside me is Seiya. Let's go into Game 2 here between Sunsparks and, of course, Blacklist International. Seiya, do you agree? Is it gonna be another 2-0 here?
Well, for a more well-rounded draft, I would agree with the list. Our Sunsparks right here, since they still have the mid to late game potential with the help of that carry. The win conditions for Sunsparks is more highly, to me, that's how what I think Blacklist can make some magic.
This is going to be a big difference in playstyle, though. I mean, for me, it's not mostly about win condition, but right now, look at this. Farsa going to be a bit of a danger here, Zone, but they will be able to make it out alive. Edward now is the one in trouble. JP going on the chase here, blocked by Honda Beasts, Guardians, Bulwark, and everyone except for Aqua going to be safe. Aqua, will he be able to go to the wall? Goes for the Finch Boys, able to run for the walls. Okay.
Yes. With a little pinch of health. With a little pinch of health that he have right there. Good thing he has, he was able to go to the walls with the help of his kit in time before being picked off. But again, going back, that goes to show that Sus has their aggressive play.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Blacklist International's lineup. I saw it's all melee. So I was having my worries in the early game, but they're just showing that we don't care. We don't need the super range hero. We can just play it off until the late game, have a Ling, have an Esmeralda do the damage for us. There's also a very strong ability to just crowd control anyone who gets near them, right? So they don't need to rely on range, but maybe they can win throughout just pure brawling around the map.
Yes, but I think Sunsparks' take on this will be more aggressive because they have that kind of range potential. But Ling, on the other hand, will be turning the tides around as he gets that double kill against Sunsparks. So far, so good in terms of the kills. They will be having the upper hand. But looking here, John will be throwing away Kilowash to arrange the audible. And it looks like the resurrecting
soon.
Wow, killing spree already on that Ling! Can you believe it? The win conditions for Blacklist International are starting to slowly show themselves. Usually Ling should be super weak in the early game, but somehow, look at this, he's getting the kills that he needs. First, then the second, Honda B secures that, and a double clean up there. Blacklist International 4-0 so far against Sunsparks.
Yes, indeed. So far, that was good timing for Ling's kit to heavily abuse the lower HP people from Sunsparks. And going back right here, it looks like the members of Sunsparks are eyeing out the potential take of Blacklist National, but it's kind of risky because Ling already has the upper hand right here. And speaking of risky, looks like Zawhead is on a throwing spree, really helping members of Blacklist International into getting those pick-offs one by one.
Oh, look at this! They're not even done! They want to go for another one! Lolita will barely miss with a Numenon Blast. That's going to be a big last insanity, and here comes Sunsparks. Wants to go in for the kill, will be able to miss onto Lolita. Will that be a problem? Looks like it won't be. JP shuts down onto Aqua real quick. So just like that, I felt like Sunsparks kind of threw that game around. They're not done yet.
Oh. but they're not done indeed because the Farsa was too close for comfort. If it wasn't for carry, usually free hitting the Cho to get that pick off. And this is really good discipline for the side of Sunsparks, but then the is giving us.
Absolutely, man. Sunsparks versus Blacklist. This is becoming closer than I thought it would be, because I thought, you know what, Sunsparks with the lineup that they have, they could probably take towers quite easily. But Blacklist is showing we are a killing machine. Everyone wants to get a kill. Everyone wants to get that crowd control in. Layer it after layer of stunts. Basically stops people from moving, allows for an easy target. But on the top lane, looks like that's proven wrong again, as Kaluwash, with the help of the Farsa, Greed getting the kill and possibly a tower.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Sunsparks with the discipline of roaming around and just really taking those time and just wanting to control that map control. It's pretty standard for Sunsparks to really just take their time, because they know that in terms of damage output, Blacklist kind of in the upper hand, especially on the side of lane. But you know what? I think they will be going for that potential comeback. Falling Star Moon won't be one, but then here is the thing. There are a lot of invested skills already on the side of Blacklist. This is a good opportunity now for some Sunsparks to get a comeback, and that is what they will be doing. Will be pinning out there, goes for that pickoff, and go to the turtle take.
Now that's going to be a quite easy turtle here, I would say, for Sunsparks. Not to mention, we also have a split pusher on the bottom lane getting a lot of gold. So let's see if they will be able to secure. Looks like Blacklist will be able to defend at least a lot of pressure from the melee heroes here of Blacklist International.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? No one was taking the turtle because the risk factors that arise during that early, attempt. But going back right here, it looks like Sunsparks of the area. And it looks like they really will be waiting for a potential pickoff first before they get the turtle.
Yeah, they really want to try to get that pick off as soon as possible, but that's not being given so far by Sunspark. The rest are now in the fight. Wow, that's huge! Tyrant's Rage takes out Aqua! No more amount of burst, but the rest of the Blacklist International, they can still show up, but no! They choose to go back. Riddler backs off with Honda. Beast leaves the rest of the team in shambles.
And this is another good opportunity for the Thoms to take the turtle while the other members of Sunsparks really just delay and do some dilly-dallyings to distract the remaining members of Blacklist here. And Falling Storm is going to be, no, it looks like there will be no luck. But you know what, going back here, it's kind of amazing momentum at first, but then Sunsparks momentum out of them, and it's slowly picking up the pace.
Yeah, wow. Just when I thought Blacklist International might actually have this game in the bag, because you know what, Ling? Killing spree at around 2 minutes? This is it! That's the dream! That's the dream starter for a Ling! But somehow, Sunsparks able to just come back slowly but surely from that huge deficit, and they could probably get a kill on the killer if he's not careful, but this is a show. The rest of Blacklist International are going to be backing them up, getting in good amount of kills there. That's 2 for 0 so far, and I think that stabilizes the game for the red side for now.
But again, looking here, Kilowatt's just doing a pretty good job in really getting that split take. But again, look at that damage that he is inflicting onto Riddler and forces to back himself away. Way of the Dragon is going to be used to really pinch down Kilowatt with the help of that turtle attack. It's another pickoff for them. So this is a good way for Blacklist to really stabilize what they missed earlier. But then again, there are some cons in which you don't really have that ranged capacity as much as Sunsparks has with the help of the carry. Because when comes the late game, Rockhart, I think it's gonna be a bit difficult to really stop the carry, especially when he is in a very good position.
Ooh, and that right there is Green with... It's showing us the advantages of having a lot of ranged heroes, right? You can clear off waves safely, you don't have to sacrifice your body. Here's my body. I'm gonna block everything and clear everything with my body, and you can get a lot of gold by doing that. And relatively, your team can stay safe and just do other parts on the map. Right now, though, Blacklist International, they want blood.
Oh! Look at that Numenon Blast perfectly hitting the members of Sunsparks, but you know they will retaliate it by expertly doing Blast Insanity all throughout. Marsug will be going back in a very fashionable way as Cupra here takes those extra kills, and Bling will be taking one for himself. And again, that is a 2-1. Both of the teams got 2 kills, but in terms of that team fight, I think Blacklist has the slightly upper hand.
Yeah, that's 2 for 2. And I gotta say, Blacklist is starting to look really strong on the team fights. Their composition is now showing. If they group together, if Sunsparks groups together, that's a big problem. And Blacklist is so strong when they deathball together because of the AoE attacks, the AoE big-time ultimates that this team is currently utilizing.
Yes, definitely. And you know what? I like the rally that's been happening between Sunsparks and Blacklist International, because you know, Sunsparks, okay, like you are throwing rocks at him, but you know, Blacklist as well really, you know, knows how to respond to whatever Sunsparks is giving them. And I think this is a matter of patience to both sides of the teams, because they have this mid-game potential of them. The only thing that's different is Sunsparks has the, like what you said, the range upper hand, which is with the help of carry.
Yeah, carry and force are very, very massive. Will we be able to utilize this, as that might not come into play later on, but right now top lane is going to be a big fight here. Carry relatively safe here. JP can get kills without any problems so far, and the rest of Blacklist, they're now afraid to defend. Although, you have to take note, the gold is super dead even. So both of these teams pretty much have the same amount of power, just in different heroes. Going for the Lord take is going to be relatively easy. If it's 4v5 though, will be secured by Sunsparks, and the rest of the map is now open for the taking.
Yes, indeed, and this, you know, this is also the importance of having an not really dominating, but more of a control onto the map, because you get to be more flexible and you get to roam around, and this is what Blacklist wasn't able to do. But going back right here, JP really on the hunt right here, manages to kill Cho and still evade Fars's skill set. So that is a pretty swell job done by JP.
Gotta say, that's super impressive the way they are playing around with this one. Sunsparks completely utilizing their advantages over Blacklist International. Now that goal lead is starting to show a bit of a difference. Forces the flicker off the Honda Beast. No more Numenon Blast flicker will be used instead to defend, but not going to be effective. However, of course, at the expense of KLVJ, which will be able to flicker out. Look at that, flashing off that back animation, and they can now push.
Really flexing those animations back there, but you know what? They have the right to really flex, because Rockhard, they are finishing this with a solid 2-0. Congratulations to Sunsparks. Man.
Gotta commend Sunsparks, man. How did they pull that off? And I gotta tell you, I can already tell you how. They were just super, how do you call this? Disciplined. They're super disciplined. They did not let a huge early game goal lead affect their judgment in this game. They know they have big advantages in terms of range. They have a huge advantage in terms of skirmishes, and especially the super late game. They can win in the super late game with the help of the carry. They knew it, and they stuck to their guns.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the fact that Sunspark really didn't deterred into the, even though in the early phases of the game that Blacklist had the upper hand, but you have to take note that they have the more fundamental draft. So this is a solid 2-0 for Sunsparks. Let's see what our panelists think, and we are your casters. My name's Sam, with me is Rockhard. Wolf, take it away.
Mr. 100.
No.
Mr. 100.
Mr. Worldwide goes into Mr. 100.
Okay.
So what
Thank you so much, Saya Rockhart. But I think we have to talk to Mr. 100% prediction. Leo, what's up? I know you were shaken, man. Admit it. You were afraid for a moment.
I was watching, and legit, I was off my chair. I was like, whoa. But yeah, really, this was a great lineup by Blacklist. Gotta hand it to them for a good part of the match. At least maybe 60%, I gotta say. Our viewers will agree. It was on Blacklist, right? The Ling was just jumping in and taking names. And of course, Killer almost caught out JP a few moments, and with very good pickoffs. But again, Sunsparks, they're used to this. They've made a championship off of playing from behind like this. And with that being said, I think this is my first 100% prediction rate broadcast in all of my MPL history. So, you know what? Not to steal the spotlight from our winners here, but congratulations, Sunsparks, for the 2-0.
Nah, it's okay. I think you have your you have your limelight today. But yeah, I think that it's important to take note that Blacklist International, the moment that they had it, it slipped their hands because of the fact that they were, I don't know, is this about them not understanding their power spikes much better, or is it more like communication issues? I really want to know what happened in there, because you said they had it in their hands. It looks really strong. Then again, there are factors that we have to consider, right? For example, Riddler opted for Avarice on this Esmeralda. As good as it was for the early stages of the game, between him and the Ling, they did not have the damage come the 9-minute mark. And not only that, they played badly, I think, from 9 minutes onwards. This was such a good fight for Blacklist International. I can see, just count the number of people who's in here before the fight happened and when the fight finished, right? Sunsparks obviously having the better hand. Now, listen, watch the highlights with me here. I think we're gonna see how Blacklist International's House of Cards will fall one by one. Like, for example, Killer, this was the most sour moves that we'll ever see for today, and then it went badly. Not having the show with the fight before, I think that was the problem for Sunspark. That's when trouble began, to say the least. Yeah, but what do you think? What are your thoughts on that win by Sunsparks?
Yeah, I think, of course, our matching MVP, the saving grace, the savior of Sunsparks, Killwash, once again backing up his teammates. Still, he's on the shadow, but, he's making wonders. He's going for the split push, he's going for the key positions that he cuts off the backlines of Blacklist International. Going back onto the team composition, this is really a huge... supposedly a huge late game scale for Blacklist International. You're gonna beef up, you're going to have the Lynx late game, but yeah, the Esmeralda Avarice is a bit lackluster. It kind of doesn't push the mid game to transition into the late game. And knowing the Sunsparks is on a championship caliber, and they are those who play mostly into they know how to play when they're behind. They know how to handle pressure. Once again, going back, Rafleisha with the Kufra catches that Ling again and again, knows how to peel, knows how to set up. It manifested into a really, really good comeback from Sunsparks and a death snowball in the end.
Yeah. 2 main points for me. It's easy. 2 main points for me. One is the MVP, smart match MVP of the game, Killwash. At some point, you'll know when we were talking while we were off air, Killwash needs to step up, and I said this at about the 6 or 7 minute mark, because a lot of the pickoffs were happening where Killwash was not present, or where Killwash was late to the team fight, and the turnaround happened when Killwash started to pick the fights. He was like, all right, come get me, 4v5, Quadrant Inferno, let's go. And then that's when they started to play the bait, and that's where they started to come on the up on the up curve. But the other point I'd like to mention here is the fact that yes, Blacklist may have missed out on their power spike, and they did not convert well enough. The first 5-6 minutes were totally theirs, most definitely, and they were pushing well, sure, but they were not able to bury Sunsparks in value.
Yeah.
Sunsparks, they gave them a little bit of room to breathe. They put them in the coffin, but they gave them a little straw to dig themselves out with. And sometimes with a team like Sunsparks, a championship caliber team like Sunsparks, that's all they need. And that is exactly what they did. It's a tough match, I gotta say. I think the toughest of all day today, despite it being a 2-0. This one right here to cap it off is a worthy main event.
Worthy of the main event.
But-
I hope the
but-
Blacklist. Yeah. Go ahead, Osiris.
But it ain't 2-1. We were going to witness 2-1. Might be tomorrow, but yeah, no 2-1s for today. No 2-1s from yesterday. It's always raining 2-0s. It feels like it's the momentum that's working into the minds of the players that when they got game 1, they're going all in. Like, they're not going to put game 2 for an experiment. This time, with the few weeks left, they're just going in.
Yeah, I think that with the remaining weeks that we have, I think we're gonna see some of them really pull off, right? Or maybe pop off. But again, MPL PH Season 5, this is what you're watching. A lot of action, and it's all presented by Smart. And again, together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS by texting DONATE to 3456. That's DONATE to 3456. Donation is open from April 22nd until July 16th, 2020. Of course, this MPL Season 5 is also sponsored by Realme Smartphones, by Logitech G, our official headset partner, and of course, organized by Moonton. Osiris and Leo, it has been a long day. It could have been longer, surely, but a very fruitful day indeed. Lots of 2-0s and lots of 100% prediction from Mr. Leo himself. But Osiris and Leo, any last words before we cap off the night?
Yeah, as for me, this is really looking good for every teams. The patch is manifesting on how well these teams are maximizing what they know. Congratulations to everyone's winning, and of course to Mr. 100%. And thanks for supporting MPL S5 for the viewers out there.
Well, all I gotta say is, again, thank you to the fans. Thank you to everyone who's making this happen. Again, our sponsors, the people in the back, behind the scenes. But to you guys as well, thank you, gentlemen, and to our casters. I'll see you all tomorrow. That's all I gotta say. I'll see you all tomorrow. Moneyball meta seems to be my meta because I understand it a little better, hence the 100% prediction rate. But who can tell? Again, we can only look forward to more awesome matches.
All right. Thank you so much, Osiris and Leo, and of course, Rockart and Seiya. Wonderful casting for today. That's it for today's broadcast, MPL Season 5. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. Our good.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Grandpapa had a metal plate from his time served in the war. When it came to taking medicine, the man was non-compliant. He'd tell me, hey, what would you say if I could build a little vessel that would take us to another time and place?
Realme C3, triple camera, gaming monster. Realme smartphone.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
Data doesn't
7,
seem right. Check pressure. It can't be
5,
stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on, party on!
That hurts. Where am I? Stay back. Don't come near me or I will not go easy on you. Huh. You're hurt.
Just like that, the story of Pawpaw and Koopa began, under strange circumstances.
Wanna take a bite?
And so Koopa and Popple shared their first meal together. Despite being trapped in a dangerous pit, they both felt a warm feeling growing within their hearts. Days quickly passed and our two little fellas didn't have much food left.
Shoot! Let me go! Ow! Huh? You saved me? I think I just found myself a new friend.
Popple and Koopa are the best partners in the world!
Time. Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got two shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm a real game like rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, sunny from Earth to space. Mobile Legends of the race. Party on, game on. Game on. Party on.
There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight.
Game on, party on.
Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. We are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. Legends won't fade away tonight.
Party on. Game on. Game on. Game on. Party on.
This is how we be topping our session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party, place to place, sunny from Earth to space. Mobile Legends of the race. Game on, party on. Party on.
It's good to see you.
Killing spree! Godlike!
Legendary! Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game on, party on!
Experience the youth suffering.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary! Our turret has been